Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. If you are just getting in from the waiting room, we will get started in just a minute here. We just need to make sure that our live stream is up and working. All right, and looks like it is. Welcome, everyone. Apologies for getting started a little bit late this morning. We had some tech issues, but we are excited to hear from all of you. My name is Mel Barnes. I'm Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Evers and the Chair of his Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to introduce my fellow board members with us this morning and go through a couple of housekeeping items. Then we'll get started hearing from all of you. So with me today in the Zoom is fellow board member Myrna Warrington. She is the Director of Vocational Rehabilitation on the Menominee Indian Reservation. She is a U.S. Army veteran and has been a member of the Menominee Tribal Legislature for over 15 years. With us in the Zoom as well is board member Jerry Hancock. Reverend Hancock is the director of the Prison Ministry Project. He previously served as a public defender, a deputy district attorney, and as an administrator for the Department of Justice's Division of Law Enforcement Services. We'll have the three of us from the board this morning. We are eager to hear from all of you and have reviewed your application materials in a lot of detail. So we'll ask you today for the hearing to please keep in mind that we are being streamed live via YouTube and Wisconsin Eye. So we'll ask you to mute yourselves and turn off your camera until it's your turn to be heard by the board so that we can focus on the person who's talking and make sure we hear them well. If you do run into any IT issues with the Zoom,
Oh,
don't worry. Someone from my team will give you a
now I put it
call.
on mute.
Yep, there we go. If you have any IT issues, someone will give you a call. We'll get it sorted out, and we'll come back to you if Zoom isn't cooperating when it's your turn in the order. Otherwise, we'll go through folks in the order listed on the agenda and open
Again.
meeting notice. Each person will have about 5 minutes with the board. We'll ask you to use the first 3 of those minutes answering the questions that were sent to you in advance for today's hearing. So as a reminder, that's providing us with a brief summary of your offenses and how your sentence went. Keep in mind, we're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement. We just want to hear from you about what happened in your own words. Second, providing us with a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, where you're at now, how your life is different than at the time of your offense, community involvement, employment, things like that. And third, a brief statement of why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you've spent about 3 minutes covering those 3 items, we'll open it up to other questions from the board. Don't read into it too much either way if folks have questions for you or they don't. Like I said, sometimes everything is covered in your application materials and we've spent a lot of time with those. But if there are questions, we want to make sure we get to those so that we can all make a detailed recommendation to the governor as a board. Once you have finished answering any questions we have for you, you're welcome to sign off the Zoom. You don't need to hang out all day. And then once everyone is heard, the board will meet into closed session and decide whether or not to recommend your application to the governor for a pardon. You need a majority support of board members present in order for your application to be sent on to the governor, who will then make a final decision about whether to grant or deny your application. Either way, you'll hear about the outcome of the hearing in about a month or a month and a half from today. We know you've been really patient just to get to this point, but thank you for your continued patience so that we can make sure, again, that we're able to make these recommendations to the governor, and we will be in touch with you as soon as we can after today's hearing. So with that, we will go ahead and get started with the first applicant in the morning hearing, which is Jerome Locke. Mr. Locke, if you're with us in the Zoom, we're ready to hear from you.
Good morning.
Good morning. We can hear you. We can't see you. Is it possible to turn your camera on?
We're working on it.
All right.
It says the host has, oh, here we go.
There we go. Excellent.
Are we
We'll
there?
turn it over to you, sir.
All right, where do I start?
We'll ask you to spend about 3 minutes on those questions we sent you in advance, and then we'll ask you any other questions that we have.
All right, on February 10th, 1988, I was chased and apprehended by several officers for, again, going to my wife's house. During the struggle to put me in cuffs, I bit one of the officers in the leg, which resulted in a 3-year sentence. I took advantage of all the self-help programs offered while incarcerated. My sentence was shortened through a modification granted by Judge Dalkey. All in all, my sentence went well. Once I was released, the first thing I did was go see my kids. After that, I rejoined the labor union and landed a job with a company out of Kansas City through their office in Waukesha. I became the labor foreman until I retired 24 years later. During that time, I also got remarried. We've been together 33 years. We built a home, had a daughter who is having her first child in April, which makes 4 grandkids. We have a good life. I've ruined my life once, and I will not repeat that behavior. My community involvements include volunteer work with Big Brothers and Sisters, Habitat for Humanity, Buddha Box Cancer Organization, which my wife is president of, Boy Scouts of America. I belong to 3 different sportsmen's clubs. I help at the free Thanksgiving dinner every year, which we serve anywhere from 200 to 300 people. I became part owner of the local golf course and bowling alley to keep them in business. Also helping with all the golf outings my wife is involved with. I go to the Apostle Islands every year with a 7th grade class. I'm the camp cook. And if I can't make it, I still supply everything needed. I also started a fishery on Lawrence Lake, which includes a kids fishery. We've had up to 160 kids each year. I am no longer a threat to the society and have strong ties to the community. I have tried to be the best person, father, husband, and friend I can be for the last 37 years. I am fortunate to have such a great bunch of people in my corner. I am hoping a pardon would help me become a mentor for young kids wanting to learn how to hunt. I would also like to be involved in hunter safety classes. I'm not sure that a pardon would help me cross into Canada or not, but I would sure couldn't hurt. My kids are involved in sporting clays, and I would sure like to join them. Maybe even put a family team together. As I have told everybody that has written letters and signed petitions on my behalf, and to you, I will not let you down. That is all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Locke. We'll open it up for questions, but before we do, I just want to say, you mentioned your letters of support, and I don't know if it is a record, but it's certainly more than we normally see for the board. Not only did you submit 15 letters, but an additional, I think 100 and nearly 30 signatures on your petition. So you obviously have some folks in your community that do support you in your application for a pardon. Questions from the board for Mr. Locke? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Locke, this was a pretty unusual pardon application. You were having trouble with cocaine almost 40 years ago. You got in a fight with the cops in Marquette County. You've had nothing since then. You've been clean and sober. And you say in your application that you don't really need a pardon and you don't know if you deserve a pardon. But it seems like everybody in Marquette County wants you to have a pardon. So it's as Ms. Barnes pointed out, you have very, very strong community support that documents your accomplishments over the last almost 40 years. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Can I say one thing? That the only reason I said I don't need it is because sometimes in order to get employment or something on that, that is a need. But seeing I'm retired, I no longer need that.
Sure.
Wanting one is a whole different story.
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions for Mr. Locke?
I have one.
Mm-hmm.
So you say you're sober from drugs. What about alcohol?
Alcohol is not longer too much in my life. I have a drink once in a while, with dinner. It's not like it used to be. Back in 86, 87, I was drunk every day, along with the cocaine use.
Thank
So,
you.
right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Locke. I think that's it from us. Appreciate your time this morning and hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, and happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day to you. All right, our next applicant is Miss Clark, who I believe I saw in the Zoom. Yes. Miss Clark, if you're ready, we'll turn it over to you.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Curlisha Clark. I will first like to start by apologizing for my actions that led up to the crimes that I have committed. It is more than, I think, retail theft. I think I have a felony fleeing on there as well. And I would just like to apologize for my actions, and I take full accountability for the things that I have done. And unfortunately, I don't regret it because my last crime led me up to going to prison, which was one of the best experience that I've ever experienced. It taught me a lot, taught me how to have patience. It taught me how to have discipline, and it taught me how to, be humble and not react to everything. And I've pretty much learned a lot, and it helped me with my journey that I'm in now. Once I got out of prison, I changed my life. I moved to Atlanta, Georgia, with a different mindset, and started over. It was really rough for me due to the fact that I had the felony. It was hard for me to get housing. It was hard for me to do a lot of things. I was homeless when I got here, but I didn't give up. I kept going. Um, and I've been here 10 years now, and I have um, been helping with organizations to help younger women. An organization called Getting Out. It helps women that's getting out of jail, that is trying to get jobs, that need food, clothing. I also started my own business. I have been working for myself for the past 7 years, and I have been, trying to find new things to get into. Fortunately, I've been denied a lot of things due to the fact of the felon. But I don't let it stop me. I keep going, and I just stay positive. For the most part, I am very grateful that this opportunity did come due to the fact that I've been waiting for so long and this has been holding me back for so long. And I just want to move forward from it.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Ms. Clark, can you tell us a little more about the Getting Out program you're involved with?
So it's pretty much, it's an organization, and I was brought in to help with getting clothing for the women. And I talk to the younger women that come that gets in trouble. I tell them my story and how I've been to prison and stuff like that. And I pretty much, I'm not like the head of the organization. I just come to help.
And can you tell us a little bit about your business, which is a mobile party scene?
Yes, so we do parties for kids and adults. We set up if they want decoration, if they have a certain scene, a certain theme that they want. We come in, we decorate, and we also have the mocktails, which the drinks bubble and smoke, and it comes with candy. They ordered that as well. Um, and yeah, I've been doing that for the past 7 years, and I haven't had no other job. I live good off of it. I network. I do what I have to do to keep things going, and yeah.
Okay. And then in 2008, you had a weapons charge in Chicago.
Yes, that
Um,
was a taser handgun that I
Mm.
normally kept on me. I honestly, always kept it in my purse. I really was unaware that it was there until I got caught stealing, and then that's when they checked my purse and it was inside. It wasn't intentionally to have. I just always had it to protect myself.
I thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Clark? No? All right. Thank you very much for your time this morning, Ms.
So
Clark.
quick question though, because that's not the only thing that is on my record. So if I do get pardoned, would it be everything would be removed, or would it just be what he just asked me? Because it was I think like it's a felony fleeing on there. Um
Yeah, so we have your full application with your entire background on it. So the vehicle operator flee and elude is the Wisconsin felony that is
yes.
eligible for a pardon. I know you included some information about misdemeanors as well. Those are not eligible for a pardon from
Oh,
this.
got you.
And obviously anything outside the state of Wisconsin wouldn't be within our power to touch. But yes, I think that that was the only one that we had questions about, which is why the Reverend asked about it.
Okay, no problem.
Oh,
Thank you. I
and
appreciate.
maybe a follow-up question? Yes.
Yeah, Ms. Clark, the district attorney in Waukesha County who reviewed, or Milwaukee County, I'm sorry, in Milwaukee County, who reviewed your application for a pardon, supports it. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel really good. I'm honored that they support it, because it's been a long time. And I'm not gonna say I don't think it's fair that I'm still get penalized for it, because those are the actions that I took in the past. And like I said, I don't regret it, because it made me the woman that I am today. So I'm very happy that they're willing to honor it.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. I hope you enjoy the rest of your morning and thank you for your time today.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Ms. Moore, who I believe I saw on the Zoom as well. Erica Moore, you're with us in the Zoom. We're ready to hear from you. Okay, looks like we don't have Ms. Moore, so we'll come back to her later if she's able to join us. In the meantime,
Hello.
oh,
Oh,
Ms. Moore, is that you?
Yes, I'm sorry. I was trying to connect with unmute. How you
No.
doing?
Great, how are you?
I'm fine. So yes, I have two felonies and it's for attempt to deliver. And then the other one is for possession of TAC. Um, I do not do drugs anymore. Now I am a business owner. I have a barbershop and a salon. Um, at the time, it was a traffic stop, and I was coming from a party. I was doing drugs, and yeah, got pulled over, and I got caught with the drugs and the marijuana. Um, I don't smoke anymore. I don't do drugs anymore. The reason why I want a pardon is because I do have my child care license and I do health care. And I do, my daughter, she's 17. She graduated high school early. And eventually I do want to do foster care. So, yes, my life has changed a whole lot. I was younger then and I'm older now. So, yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Ms. Moore, you also have a charge of uttering and basically attempted forgery from 2002.
Yes.
Can you talk about that?
So that I was like 18 then, and yeah, I was dealing with a man, and he was doing fraud, and I decided to do it too because I didn't have any money or no place to stay, and I was trying to get me a house, and I ended up cashing a check that didn't belong to me.
Well, and there's also a stolen social security card involved.
Yeah. Well, it was my ID. Yeah.
Okay. How did you get that social security card?
Well, I got it from him.
Okay. And can you tell your daughter just graduated from high school? I mean, because she was part of all this, right?
No, she
Well, I
wasn't
mean,
born.
okay.
She's
Well,
a
yeah, how's she
17.
doing?
She's doing very good. She's actually want to go into the police force, so she want to be a police officer.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Moore? All right, thank you very much for your time this morning, Ms. Moore. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay, you too. Thanks.
Thank you. Next up is Jasmine Bowles. Ms. Bowles, I know I saw you.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Am I pronouncing your last name correctly?
You did, thank you.
Okay, great.
Yes,
We'll
Bowles.
Perfect.
Okay, I just prepared a document, so I'll read a little bit from that. Since completing probation, I have always worked. When I was on probation, of course, I worked too, but I have always worked and worked multiple jobs. I built a life for myself and have had many goals and ambitions. Currently, I am a licensed bond agent with the top independent bail bond company in Idaho. I have finally made enough extra money to put myself through real estate school. I've passed my exams and I'm currently on the way to becoming a real estate agent here. I have always wanted to help others in need. Caregiving has been a big part of my life since my childhood, being raised by legal guardians that were born between the 1900s and the 1930s. I got to be present with folks at the end of their life from an early age. And a lot of times we would have those funerals at home, and we were just a big part of that process. So it's always been a big part of my life. So because I've always felt a calling to it, and I'd love to help others, I have found compassion to. I have found this compassion to be giving and rewarding all at the same time. So I am certified graduate of ANELDA, which is training to be a non-medical professional that brings emotional, practical, and spiritual education and support to the dying and their loved ones. I work closely with the families through their process. This all just kind of is full circle with being a CNA caregiver, and then working alongside hospice at the end of life. I'm also trained in MAID, which is medical aid in dying, which is only legal in certain states. Working with loved ones and their families has built connections for me in the most amazing relationships and a sense of pride that I have not known in the past. My reason for wanting to have a part in, after going through school, being licensed by the state in 2 different careers, bonded and insured, I almost did not get my first job due to my criminal history. I know what it is always coming each and every time to submit a resume. I have been fortunate enough to speak with my current employer before my fingerprints came back and explain what I already knew was coming. I was told if I had not spoke with them, they wouldn't have hired me. Soon I would be going before the Idaho Real Estate Commission Board also to speak about my past. Throughout my work career, the only chapter of this past life that I haven't closed or been able to heal from is every time I submit a resume. Of course, it always comes up. My mistakes in the past will always come up. In my work with the dying and their families, I have lost referrals to clients because with today's technology, any person can simply run a background check. I have been told that while my work ethic is amazing and I am knowledgeable and compassionate human being, we cannot hire a convicted felon. It is my past that comes back and takes opportunities from me to grow and be better, and I feel a sense of shame every time I send an application. Am I responsible for my past? Yes. Did I have a choice? Yes. At the time, I did not know I had a choice. I had a victim mentality of fear by physical and sexual abuse. I was an addict, and that I took away a sense of self and made decisions that I never otherwise would have made, and surrounded myself in situations and with people that I never otherwise would have done or surrounded myself with. I sometimes wonder how I survived it all. I answer that question by saying that I didn't because I chose to get high through the whole thing. Or today I have a sense of remorse for the people I harmed. I try not to think about my past, but it is my past and there's no escaping what I have done and how I've hurt others. There's no victimless crime. I have found guidance in prayer. While I'm still working on forgiving myself, I pray that others that do not know me have forgiveness in their hearts for me as well. And well, I just thank you so much for taking the time to listen to my story.
Thank you, Ms. Bowles. You mentioned the drug use was part of what you feel like led to your offense. How long have you been sober?
So, as I mentioned, I had legal guardians at an early age, and as a very little girl, I was molested by a family member, and I believe that probably had a big part of me ending up with the drug use that I did at 19. And so that continued through my 20s. Well, after I got in trouble with the law and got criminal charges, I was on methadone and Suboxone, which in my opinion is just as strong, and it's there to help guide people from addiction. So I took Suboxone through my 20s until I was 29 years old, and then I locked myself in a room and went through some serious withdrawals for a month, but made it through, and that was over 10 years ago. I have no drug or alcohol use since then. I'm just so thankful for every day and how I can take my past choices and use that for good, and bringing my story to help youth not make the same choices that I did, and also have no criminal charges since then as well.
Thank you, Ms. Bowles. And it sounds very difficult, but congratulations on your 10 years of sobriety.
Thank you.
Long chunk of time. Other questions from the board?
I have one.
Oh,
Yeah.
good.
Yes, sir.
Have you apologized to your victims?
Yes. So the victim that I had contact with would have been with the credit card charge with a gentleman that lived next door to me, who I used to help with all sorts of different work, and he was in later stages of memory loss and having a really hard time. And he wanted me, even then, he saw hope in me and he wanted to help me with a better future. So all the
Did you
work
apologize to him?
I did, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Reverend Hancock.
You were ordered to pay more than $4,000 in restitution as part of your conviction. How did you pay that restitution?
I've just lived as simply as I could and tried to, I had to take care of my past things before I could build my future.
So how did you actually pay that money? I mean, what were you doing to make money to pay that restitution?
So I've always worked multiple jobs and just put money away and saved little by little over the years. I mean, my charges were in the early 2000s, and I've always worked since then. And then to when I got to a place of sobriety and being able to just work all the time, and that's all I've done is just worked, and that's been between caregiving, serving, bartending, catering, weddings. I do weddings as well, and just put money away little by little, and been building my future since then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your time this morning, Ms. Bowles. I think that is all we have for you. So thank you for joining us and enjoy the rest of your morning.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Next up, we have Ms. Gibson, Aisha Gibson.
Good morning. I'm here. I'm trying to connect this in your okay. I think that's it.
There we
Good
are.
morning.
Morning.
I want to start off by talking about my crime. Back then in 2000, I believe it was 9. I had a manufacturing deliverance charge. I was unaware of the charge at the time when it happened. I so happened to Google myself on CCAP and it was there. I was never initially arrested for the crime at all. I just showed up to a court date and it was there. Went through court, consistently telling them like it wasn't me, that wasn't me. They had no evidence at all of it being me. And the day I was taken to trial, the day of trial, they came to me and was saying, okay, well, we'll dismiss the drug charge if you'll plea out to bail jumping. I called a new case for retail theft while I was out on bail. And me not knowing any better at the time, I pleaded to the bail jumping. So my felony is for felony bail jumping. Moving forward from there, I was, and my bail jumping was for retail theft. That's what it was for. Moving from there, I was sentenced to, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I think it was just some background noise.
Okay. Moving forward from there, I was sentenced to 3 years probation. I was revoked on probation. And I was sentenced to 10 months in the county jail. What I've done since then, I've been pretty much moving forward to bettering my life. And just trying to get myself situated and consistently doing better. I went to school got my CNA. I got my childcare license. I'm a phlebotomist. I'm a medication technician. That's my current job now. I'm also going to school. I'm attending classes right now for foster care. And I'm also in nursing school as well. Me going through that stuff as of right now, I'm knowing that my background is going to hinder it, with me being a felon. It's just the viewing of me knowing, if someone looks my background up, what they'll see. And it's embarrassing. I'm not the person I was back when I was younger. I've been moving forward to better myself in every which way I can. Um, I've been trying to go through mentoring for the youth at the detention center here in Milwaukee. And I can't do it because I am a felon. I have a contact person that I am involved with and talk to. She wrote a letter on my behalf as well. Her name is Shanina Daniels. I'm just trying to better myself and better the community. I'm trying to give back. Something I didn't have a chance to, get in when I was younger. So I'm just trying to give back to the community. I didn't have the best upbringing. So through life lessons, I'm guessing I was learning through other things.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson. I just want to clarify kind of where you started about how you got this felony. So you had some misdemeanor charges for retail theft, and then it looks like you were charged with this drug charge that you were later cleared of, but because you received another retail theft while you were out on bond, that was the felony bail jumping that you were convicted of, but you were cleared of that felony drug charge. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct.
Other
And
questions?
I initially I didn't have the first retail theft. Didn't have any pending charges. I had the drug charge, and then it was the drug charge, then it was the retail theft. And then it went down to the bail jumping.
Got it. So that drug charge was your first charge.
Yes.
Understood. Thank you.
And I do want to speak on as well. I'm sorry to cut you off, Ms.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I do want to speak on as well. I did receive the letter from I don't know if anyone ever brings it up, but I am from the district attorney's office and my denial for the pardon. And I understand where they're coming from because they don't know me as a person. That was the only incident I had with them. So, I mean, I've been clean since, I haven't did anything since. So I definitely understand where they're coming from, but they don't know me as a person to and don't know what I did since then. And also as well, like even with my son plays basketball. Even with me, with him, like everything needs a background check. So it's like I don't want my son been going to the school since he was in K5. I don't want that image to be brought out into the school. For them to look at me in a negative way because I am a big parent that helps with transportation, help with feeding the boys and traveling with them, just for a chaperone. I'm not able to do because I don't want them to do a background check on me.
Ms. Gibson, I just want to make sure that our records are correct here because you suggested that you had a clean record since this charge in 2008. It does look like you had a couple of they're non-criminal retail theft convictions, but tickets in 2014. Is that accurate?
In 2014?
Mm-hmm. They're non-criminal, so probably like a municipal ticket.
It might have been, it might have been a speeding ticket.
Okay, I don't think I have a speeding ticket here, just retail theft. But that's okay. I want to ask you one other thing about your background is it looks like there are a couple of domestic abuse related incidents, including in 2013 when there was an injunction granted against you. Could you tell us a little bit about what was going on there?
Yes. It was my son's dad at the time. That's when we split. And when we split, he like just kind of like bothering me, putting notes on my car and knocking on the door, coming to my house. I wouldn't got a restraining order on him, so he wouldn't got one on me.
Got it. And both those were granted.
Yes.
Okay. And was the earlier incident, I think 2005 with your son's dad as well?
Yes.
Thank you. Other questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Yeah, I have a couple, Ms. Gibson. You've used a lot of different names. Tiffany L. Fleming, Isha Flowers, Aisha Flowers, Aisha M. Flowers, Aisha Porter, Isha Porter. What was that all about?
I was younger at the time. Like I said, I didn't have like the best upbringing. So as right now, I'm kind of breaking generational curses. So I'm showing my kids better. So it was like I was kind of like running the streets with the wrong people, wrong family members. I'm a loner now. I don't partake in any criminal activity at all, or communicate with the people I used to back then. But it was like pretty much like a older person told me like it was a get out of jail free card. At the time when that was going on, I think I was like a kid, like 14, 15, 12, younger years. So they was like, okay, well, and me, of course, trying to hide it from my parents, what I was out here doing. I guess life just catches up with me now.
Well, let me ask you about that specifically. From the time you were about 16 until you were about 30,
yes,
you were almost constantly in trouble.
yes.
What changed?
I had my kids. I wanted better for my life, and I just knew that that wasn't the life I wanted. I had a family that pretty much like it's 13 of us. I have 12 other siblings. So my parents weren't able to keep up with all of us. So me getting involved with the wrong people at the time and just kind of reevaluating my life. I always go by a scripture from Corinthians that I always keep close to me. When I was a child, I behaved like a child. I spoke like a child. When I became an adult, I know better and learn better. So it was kind of like I was childish. And I knew that that wasn't the life for me. And that's not what I wanted my kids to know. So like I said, I'm trying to break generational curses now because I'm the first person in my family, in my entire family, to own our own home, to get our life together, to go back to school to get their GED. Like I'm trying to break generational curses. And I push my kids to do better. My oldest son now, he's 24. He's in school for engineering. My daughter, she's 22. She's in school for criminal justice. My 21-year-old, he's in school to be a school teacher. My 13-year-old wants to be the president and a doctor. So it's like I push them, I let them see me like, okay, this is what we need to do. We're going this road, not this road. they know my past. I sit my kids down and talk to them about everything under the sun. And I teach them that that's not the road they want. And I'm just trying to break generational curses.
Thank you.
And I'll be licensed for foster care in April.
Okay.
And I'm also in the healthcare field now as well. And I'm going for my nursing.
Thank you. Other questions?
And I do know with the felony, I pushed it off for my nursing class. I'm sorry, I'm taking up too much time. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Go ahead.
I know that with me going through nursing school, that I will have problems with this felony being on me. I will have problems with getting into clinicals. So I'm just trying to hope I get approved and get the right person to like kind of go through clinicals with, because at this point in time now, I've been taking care of individuals my whole life, from siblings to family members to losing my dad. And I think that I know that this is my calling to help others and take care of others. So I'm just kind of following my calling now.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson. Appreciate that. Thank you for answering all our questions. That was helpful. But I think that is it from us. Thank you for your time this morning and your application materials, and wishing you a good rest of your morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Ms. Howard, Korean Howard.
Hello.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning. Can you see me?
We can, yes, perfect.
Okay, great. Okay, I'm here today for my cases, my court cases of delivery of cocaine, first account, and party to the crime of delivery of cocaine. In March of 1999, I was in a relationship with my children's father, and we were selling drugs in Green Bay, Wisconsin. I had sold to a confident informant, and that's what led me to being arrested and going to court. During during the time in court, the judge seemed fit for me to be sentenced for 3 years prison and some probation. I have to admit that in the beginning of that, I felt more like a victim. I didn't realize and understand what my crime and how I was affecting the community. During my prison time, I started taking classes, getting to know more about what part I played in this situation, and just staying out of trouble in prison. I was granted an early release from probation and parole commissioner, and sent to halfway house. During my time at the halfway house, I took alcohol, drug abuse classes, anger management, some parenting classes, and so forth with that. I was a little bitter in the beginning about the sentence and, why did I go to prison? But in reality, it really helped me to see what part I played in it, how I was playing into someone's illness and sickness with addiction, and with me also having addiction of doing marijuana and drinking too. I didn't see that there was a common ground. So going through those classes, I learned and I understand what addiction was. After I was released, I was able to go home with my family and my children. I ended up having a son. He was born disabled with autism. And if anybody knows taking care of a disabled child with autism can be very challenging. The parenting that I learned in the halfway house helped me get by thus far, and getting him in programs that he needed. In the process of getting him where he's at, he's 19, graduated from high school, in his own place. In between that, I was currently going to school for AODA, substance abuse counseling. And again, like other people that have spoke, when it comes time to the clinical aspect of it, there is a criminal background check. And I knew that I would not pass that criminal background check. So I put it on pause, to do this, to get this out the way, and so I can push forward, because that's definitely where my heart is at. I would like to facilitate a program with helping troubled teens, because we don't have anything like that in Brown County, really, in Green Bay. And I would like to put back into my community for righting my wrongs. I also have children too that are in school. And as other parents said, because of the felon, I was not able to participate in a lot of programs. And it hurts me and it hurts my daughter to share why I couldn't. And I'm just asking to get those rights back so that I can accommodate my daughter and be there with her, and supporting her. And, you know, the person I was then shouldn't defy who I am today. You know, it was 1999, it's 2025. And along the way, I've had to learn, and I take full accountability for my actions and the bad decisions that I made. And like they say, when you know better, you do better. And I'm trying to be the best I can be as a role model to my children in my community.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. Questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
A couple of things, Ms. Howard. In your first conviction for selling cocaine, you were 20 years old at the time.
Yes.
And you were pregnant with twins.
Yes, I was.
How are those twins doing now?
They're doing good. They graduated from high school. One is currently going to school to be a nurse, and the other one owns a daycare center.
Are they in Green Bay?
Yes, they are.
Oh, okay. And the same thing is, I don't know if you saw this, but we received a really supportive letter from Dr. Ganamil Chen, an ophthalmologist in Green Bay. Did you see that letter?
Yes, I did.
And he is very supportive of you because of the care you gave one of his parents. Let me just read part of it. She went to Donna's house in the evening on her own time to help with the third dose of her eye medication. I'm really touched by Korean's kindness. So that's really, how does that make you feel?
It feels good because I'm naturally a caretaker. I work in the healthcare field, and I also have my CNA license. And I want to give the care to people that when I'm in that situation, because we all get older one day, I would want that same care in return.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Any other questions for Ms. Howard?
I have one.
Myrna?
So you said you're taking AODA counseling classes to be a counselor. Where and will you be able to continue if you get your pardon?
At NWTC, it's the AODA Substance Abuse Counseling Program, and once my background is clear, I can absolutely go forward to obtaining that degree.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. Appreciate you taking the time to answer all our questions today, and I hope you have a lovely morning.
Thank you very much. You guys have a great day also.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, next on our agenda was Mr. Mosqueda, but he has let us know he won't be able to join us today. So Mr. Mosqueda, say otherwise if you're in the Zoom. Otherwise, we will move on to Mr. Tyrone Johnson.
Morning.
Good morning.
Well, guess in 2012-ish, I think it was, is when I started my drug abuse. And I got caught up with it like everybody else that I know around here in Ellsworth area. And I decided to take a different path than everybody else that I knew or hung out with. And I actually went and opted for drug court after a long time in and out of jail with probation and parole. And the first time I got caught, it was a traffic stop. I got an OWI. I also had a list of other charges with possession of meth and THC and paraphernalia and other traffic violations. And in the time of sentencing for that, I also got caught in St. Croix County on another possession charge for basically this whole the same list. That case was expunged after my completion of drug court in Pierce County. And I gotta say that if it wasn't for drug court, I don't know if I would have made it. I wanted to be clean and sober. I just didn't know how. And that's why I told probation that I wanted drug court instead of going to prison like they offered. And in 2017 is when I completed drug court. And in that time, I also did a whole laundry list of like relapse prevention, moral cognitive thinking classes. And I also paid back all my fines and restitution. Since then, I've gotten married. We got a 3-year-old daughter. We got one on the way. I guess the only reason I'm asking for a pardon is so I can move up in the company that I work for and create a more comfortable life for my family.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Johnson, all this trouble that you got into happened in Pierce County or St. Croix County, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've lived there all your life, right?
Yeah, I grew up right around Ellsworth, which is the heart of Pierce County.
Yeah. And you still live there now, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And you had a very, I don't know if you saw it, but you had a very supportive letter from the sheriff of Pierce County. Did you see that?
Yeah, I think you're talking about Nancy Holvey.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, she currently retired. I think it was like 2 years ago, I think. Yeah, I was with her when she wrote it, and I actually helped. She asked me what I wanted. She was fully supportive of where I come from, and she was actually surprised that I come forward asking for help. Unlike everybody else I was hanging out with, wanted to be friends with, I guess you would say. And at that time, they are in, well, they're currently in prison or in and out of jail right now.
Yeah. No, it was very supportive from someone who has known you almost all your life. But I do have one question, another question that in 2014, you were arrested for second-degree sexual assault of a child. What was that all about?
I guess I don't recall that. 2014, you said it was?
Right.
Um, yeah, I guess the only thing that I can recall anything on that sort is when I was also underage back before 2000, like I think it was 11, 10 or 11. We're both underage, boyfriend, girlfriend
Okay.
type thing.
Yeah, you would have been, I think, 19 at the time.
Yeah, I don't think I'm sorry, I wish I could elaborate more on that, but I don't recall that.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Johnson? All right, thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. Appreciate your time this morning and hope that you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. You also.
Thank you. Next up, we have Larry March. Mr. March, I know I saw you in the Zoom.
Hello,
Good morning.
good morning. My name is Larry March. I want to start by saying today I apologize to all the crime that I did back then. I've done a lot of issues out there in Wisconsin, you know what I'm saying? I had a lot of issues out there. I sold cocaine. I also did cocaine at the same time. And I want to start off where I went wrong at. I started with drugs, either selling drugs or doing drugs at the same time. I was drinking. And I ended up getting caught with some drugs in my car. I was getting high in the house with a few people. And that led me to catching this drug case that I had. And it's all my fault. I don't blame no one else for my problems that I done. I'm the fault for this here. And you know what I'm saying? I'm so wrong about what I've done. And I apologize for everything. That was a 96 case that I had. Delivery of cocaine, possession of cocaine. And at that time when they came in the house, you know what I'm saying, I was high off alcohol and just wrong things, you know. And I apologize to Wisconsin, the DA, the judge, my community. I apologize to them. What I seen, it ruined my life as well. What I did to myself, I don't blame nobody for that. Then there was a 2002 case of a possession delivery of cocaine. And there's another addiction behind that. You know, I failed to realize what I was doing and end back up in jail. I end up in the 96 case of doing 9 months in the county jail. And then I end up than 2002, doing 2 years. And then after that, you know, I had drug programs, I had criminal thinking, I had so many programs that it was taking me through in the halfway house. And I made it off probation. I had a 3 years state imposed, 3 years probation, 10 years state imposed. The other one, I just straight time. They didn't give me no probation. I just straight 2 years. And then after that, my life moved on. I caught a misdemeanor case in 07. You know, I don't want to hide nothing that, you know, I'm trying to bring out that's been so long ago, you know. And then I got involved with a party to a crime at the time. And I got a disorderly conduct out of it, but the thing is who I was with. You know, it's just led back down to the same thing. Then I said, I had to find out what was causing me to, you know, go back and forth to these crimes. So what I did, you know, I changed my life, went back to school, got my high school diploma, went back and got my CDLs. I drive for a DeLone company in Clinton, Wisconsin. I also, you know, was working at another company, Dan Foster, but I actually, you know, hurt my hip there. And, you know, I moved on with my life. You know, I try to change all the things that I've done back then. I mean, I haven't been the perfect person. You know, I don't look at myself as a, you know, a saint, because I'm not. But I regret what I've done. I regret everything I've done. It's nothing that I wouldn't look back and tell everybody I'm sorry, you know, for what I've done. You know, I was young, you know, I didn't know no better at the time. I just didn't know what cocaine would do and then take me down to a problem, you know what I'm saying, in history, and that regret for the rest of my life. You know, I teach my kids not even to say things or do things or mess with cocaine. All my kids graduated from schools, some of them still in college. You know, I changed my life a lot since then. I'm not the same person that I was. You know, I know the DA probably, you know, thinks that I'm still a bad person, but I'm not. Back then I was, but today I'm not. I live totally different today. And, you know, I have grandkids that I take care of with it, you know what I'm saying? I have a son, a younger son that I take care of. So, you know, life is different today. You know, it's not the same as back then. I wouldn't go back in them days and save my life. Ever pick up anything of cocaine, anything again, you know, or use it or drink. I don't go to no clubs, nothing. I stay away from the public. I just stay away, you know, because I don't see it no being out there like that anymore.
Thank you, Mr. Murch. You mentioned kind of this change in your lifestyle where you don't use cocaine anymore, and you mentioned in your application that you're sober. How long has it been since the last time you used cocaine?
I want to say 2002.
Okay, was the 2007 thing that you just mentioned though,
Yeah.
was cocaine?
That was drinking, but no cocaine.
I see, okay.
And I was just hanging with the wrong person. I should have never been with them at that house. And I ended up getting to be in a party crime with them, you know, and I got drugged down with it. So, you know, I had to go to court and everything with that. And I told them I never sold no drugs to nobody. I had nothing to nobody. I drinked. And then that led me to stop drinking because I lose focus of what I do. You know, and alcohol totally just sends me off to a different direction. So I don't even drink no more. I don't even go out, clubs, and nothing. I just go to work. You know, right now I'm suffering from a hip injury from work. So when soon as I get back right, I go back to work, you know. I always, you know, work, you know. I had kids that I brought up, you know, even kids that wasn't mine I brought up. And they's doing good, you know. I just don't want to be involved with no more crime. I just don't have the attention for it. I'm too old.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Murch. Other questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
We've received a letter from Halvor Thomas. Who is Halvor Thomas?
Halvor who?
Um, Havor D. Thomas.
Javar Thomas.
Javar. Okay. Sorry. Javar. Okay. Who is Javar?
That's a son that I raised. You know, at the time, you know, the mother I was with, and you know, he didn't have a father in his life, so I raised him. He's 28 now. You know, he didn't have a father in his life, and I showed him how to be a man, and I raised him from a kid on up. You know, he's doing really good. He works at the phlebotomist place down at the CSL. You know, he's doing really good. He's been to college, you know. He drives truck. He learned it from me. So, you know, he done a lot of good things. You know, I love him to death. I really love him.
Yeah. Well, we had a nice letter from Javar. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. March? All right. Thank you very much for your time this morning, Mr. March. Appreciate it and hope you enjoy the rest of your morning.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you. All right. And our
And
last
happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day to you as
All
well.
right. All right.
To everyone. All right, our last applicant of the first morning block is Johnny Madlock. Mr. Madlock.
Okay. Hello?
Good morning.
Oh, good morning. So,
It's working. Isn't that magic?
Yeah, sure is. You came so quick on us.
Yeah, well, you know, we've had our fair share of tech issues this morning, so we're glad it's working.
Oh, okay.
All right, we'll turn it over to you, Mr. Madlock.
Okay. Well, I was convicted of a crime here at Milwaukee County Court back in June 21st of 1991. 3 delivery charges of controlled substance and a theft case back then. And it'd been over 34 years ago, you know, and I regret that I got myself in that situation back then, you know, messed myself up here. And then I continue on. After I caught those cases, then they put me on 2-year probation, but I completed my probation and they let me off early. My probation officer did. You know, I paid all the restitutions that was handed down to me. And since then, I never re-offended any other crime after that. I have a 34-year work history for the city of Milwaukee. I served there in the public work field, and I retired from there in 2017 as special equipment operator. And I was a part of the local Union 61 back then for the Department of Public Work. And I have served my community for 34 years as a Mason, as a Freemason in Eastern Stars, state of Wisconsin, raising up to a master of the lodge and past master now. I was a part of the organization. They helped me a lot when I joined that organization back then. I was seeing what those guys had. I was trying to figure it out. What do they have that I don't have? And I figured it out that they obey all rules and regulations so far as come to their knowledge. And they had good jobs. And I was involved. I've been involved in multiple fundraisers for the underserved population of Milwaukee. You know, the Brother Booker, right there, the House of Peace, Red Cross, Library. I donated money to them. Had coming out my check when I was working for the city of Milwaukee. I've been married since 1994. I raised 2 boys. And I also have a daughter that just graduated and got her master's degree back in November. She just graduated with a master's degree, Kayla Madlock. And I also I own my own home. I got rental properties where I team up with halfway houses in in a halfway house in I say defenders who's being reintroduced to the society. You know, and they depends on me because they look for places to stay after they have been released. And I have rooming, I have housing for them and rooming, and I have rooms for rent. Because I made a mistake back 34 years ago, and I have not reoffended. I have retired from the city of Milwaukee, which I mentioned. My retirement have been I've been abiding the law. I haven't been trying to get back in that record here. You can see 34 years ago, I never committed a crime since after then. You know, I also have a special need. I was in. Yeah, my child. I mean with my kid. My kid is disabled. My youngest son, he's 40 years old. You know, I'm like a caretaker to him because he's disabled. I got to take care of him for the rest of my life. Hurts sometimes. But let me keep on. In the summertime in Milwaukee, no, I ain't gonna say that. I was in summertime in Milwaukee when I met my sweetheart. I always keep it in my diary. You know, in my diary, yeah, right. Yep. So my intention is, what I'm trying to do is, I ain't stopped here. I want to say if I can get this pardon from the governor, I can continue on and help the community by running for public office. That's something I always wanted to do, run for public aldermen. I was considering running for alderman a few years back, and I'm still considering and running for alderman. So I can reach out to the community for kids that got single parents and they got no father figure. Our community in Milwaukee is coming up. I mean, it is terrible out here now, out here in the streets for kids that they have no guidance. And I figured if I can run for a public office on the office, I can reach out to those kids, you know, to all the crimes that have been committed in the city of Milwaukee. So I hope that the governor considered me for a pardon, because that's my intention. That I haven't stopped yet. I'm retired, but I'm still doing stuff with my rental properties and other things. But I want to run for one of those public office, like alderman, supervisor, county supervisor, so I can reach out to my community here in Milwaukee and neighborhood services. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Let's just see if there are any questions from the board. Questions for Mr. Matlock? Jerry.
Mr. Matlock, it's not required, but we strongly suggest you get letters of support from people in the community. And you did not offer any letters of support. How come?
That was my, you know, I want to wear the support. I must misread the misprint. I didn't look over it. I know I could have got a lot of support.
Oh yeah. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Matlock? All right, I think that covers it then. Thank you very much for your time this morning, Mr. Matlock, and wishing you an excellent rest of your day.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, so that concludes our first morning session. We are just past 10 o'clock, so we will keep going with our second group this morning, unless one of my fellow board members waves a hand and lets me know right now that they need a 5-minute break.
Masons and one from me, I think.
All good. All right. We will go ahead and start our second session then. First up is Daniel Ballwig. Mr. Ballwig, were you with us at the morning when I went through the housekeeping items? Otherwise, I'll go ahead and repeat those.
I don't believe so.
Okay, so I will introduce my fellow board members very quickly and then just go through kind of how the how the morning session will run here. My name is Mel Barnes. I'm Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Evers and Chair of his Pardon Advisory Board. With me on the Zoom are Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the director of the Prison Ministry Project and also a former public defender and deputy district attorney. And board member Myrna Warrington, who is the director of vocational rehabilitation on the Menominee Indian Reservation. She's also an Army vet and a member of the Menominee Tribal Legislature for over 15 years. So the three of us are very eager to hear from everyone this morning. We will go through applicants in the order listed on the open meeting notice and agenda. If anyone is having IT issues when it's their turn, don't worry, someone from my team will reach out and we can come back to folks as needed. Otherwise, we'll just ask everyone to stay muted and keep their video off until it's your turn to be heard by the board so that we can focus on the person presenting. Each person will have about 5 minutes with the board. We'll ask you to spend the first 3 of those minutes speaking to the questions that were sent to you in advance of the hearing. So starting with a brief summary of your offenses and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement. We just want to hear in your own words what happened. Second, a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, community involvement, employment, essentially how your life is different now than it was at the time of your offense. And finally, third, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you've spent about 3 minutes speaking to those items, the board may or may not have other questions for you. We will open it up for anything that the board has. Sometimes everything is answered in your application materials, which we've spent a lot of time with, and your presentation today. But if there are questions, I want to make sure that we get to those so that we can make an informed recommendation to the governor. And then once you're done answering any questions the board has for you, you're welcome to sign off the Zoom. You don't need to hang out till the end. And you can expect to hear from our office in about a month to a month and a half about the outcome of today's hearing. Once we've heard from everybody today, the board will meet in closed session and decide whether or not to recommend applications to the governor. You need a majority support of board members present in order for your application to go on to the governor, who will make a final decision then about granting or rejecting your application for a pardon. And like I said, it'll take us about a month and a half to close the loop with everyone today about the outcome of today's hearing. We know you've been really patient to get to today, and thank you for your patience with that extra time so that we can do everything that we need to do to advise the governor. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started. Mr. Ballweg, we'll turn it over to you.
All right. So back in September 2005, I was arrested for felony armed robbery with threat of force and possession with intent to deliver THC. I was hanging out with a bad crowd at college, got high a lot. We got the idea to rob our drug dealer, took a bunch of cash and drugs, got caught, got arrested, convicted in 2006. I was on bail monitoring between 2005 and 2006. No incidents there. Was sentenced with a year of Huber and 5 years of probation. During the time that I was on bail monitoring, I worked with my parish to do a lot of their tech work, build up their website. That led into a job at the diocese, which is like the headquarters for all the churches in the area. Did their website, a bunch of IT work for them, became like an actual IT employee for them. That's how I was able to get the Huber. Like they helped work that all out, which is awesome. Through that, I got the probation after I got out of Huber, worked still at the diocese for quite a while, got off of probation early for good behavior, went back to school for an associate's degree and ended up moving on in my career, got married, now have 6 kids. Now I'm a software engineer at Zendesk and I work from home. It's a pretty nice job. During the time that I was, still on probation and much after that, I joined the Knights of Columbus, did a lot of work with them. I helped with Mother's Day brunch every year, been a Catholic Financial Life trustee for the last 15 years. I currently plow the elderly neighbor driveway around us every time it snows, so that way they don't have to go out there and shovel it. A bunch of stuff like that going around here. And then brief statement on why I would like to receive a pardon is the conviction has come up a number of times in trying to get jobs along the way. And I've had to fight pretty much every time, and sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. Also comes up when I'm looking for advancement and It's not listed as the reason why I was denied, but it always comes up. And that's about it for me.
Thank you, Mr. Ballweg. Questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Bowie, tell me about how this drug deal went down.
Oh, well, so the drug dealer came over to our friend's apartment, came in with a airsoft pistol that had the end painted black, so it looked like a real gun, mask on, the works, and took all of his cash that he had on him and drugs and left the room. Ended up getting caught, because the cops showed up for a different thing at the same time. And so that pretty much all went down.
And where did this happen?
It was an apartment on Jupiter Drive, like east side of Madison. At the time, I was living in on the east side of Madison on Thompson Drive in an apartment with a bunch of people I went to college with.
And in addition to the gun that was made to look like it was real, there was also a 12-gauge shotgun involved?
Yeah, one of my roommates was living in that apartment, and he had a 12-gauge shotgun, or he took the 12-gauge shotgun that we had. I had got one at one point because we were doing stuff, but I didn't have it at the time of the robbery. Like, that wasn't involved in the robbery at all.
Well, the police said they found a 12-gauge shotgun at the scene of the robbery.
Yeah, that was where the roommate that I had at the time was staying in that apartment, and he had it somewhere in there, but it was not involved in the offense at all.
And were you all involved in this drug dealer just showed up at the apartment? Nobody knew he was coming? What was that all about?
He was our supplier. He would sell us the drugs. And so he came to sell my friend drugs, and we showed up to rob him.
Okay, so you guys you and your friends had made a plan to rob the drug dealer.
Correct.
Right. But the drug dealer had the gun?
No. So one of my roommates was living in the apartment that this all went down in, and he had the 12-gauge shotgun hidden in one of the back rooms. It wasn't part of what happened at all.
Okay, who had the gun? The
airsoft pistol was me.
You had that?
Yeah.
And you had taken the tip off, the orange tip. So you had changed that gun to make it look real.
Correct.
So you guys had planned to rob this drug dealer when he came to your friend's apartment.
Yes. It was a very bad decision. And
why was it a bad decision?
Oh, I mean, there was a lot going on at the time. There was a lot of bad ideas because of the whole drugs going on, and I'm glad to be out of that whole scenario. Like, before college, I had a very Catholic life with my family, went to college, got in with a bad crowd, got high a lot, made a lot of bad decisions, got out of that, and got back into the Catholic life and moved away from it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Ballweg? Oh, Myrna, it looks like you have a question, but we can't hear you. Yeah, sorry. I know we've just been having issues with your sound today. No, move on. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ballweg. Appreciate your time this morning and hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much. Have a happy Valentine's Day.
Thanks, you too. Next up is Isaiah Bartolome. Mr. Bartolome, I think I saw you in the Zoom. Perhaps not. Mr. Bartolome? Okay, well, we will come back to him if he is able to join us later. In the meantime, we'll move on to Mr. Ryan Lofink.
Hi,
Good morning.
morning. So I'm Ryan Lofink. I'm 38 years old. A lot of my cases pended back from, originally they started 2004, 2005, so over 20 years ago now. A lot of them are felony bail jumpings, some for underage drinking, most of them. A lot of it extended from when I started out as a minor, 17, getting into 18 years old. And part of me was just being a rebellious kid. I was getting these felony bail jumpings, and my friends were getting drinking tickets and getting sent home to their parents. So I was rebellious, thinking, well, if they get to go home to their parents, why don't I? And I had a really poor attitude about it, and I didn't really understand the consequences at the time. Unfortunately, it kept building up, and it just got me to a place where I had to change something. 2008, I married my wife. We've been married over 17 years now. It's been awesome. We have a 15-year-old son. Um, Part of the reason I'm asking for this is because of him. Is 15 years old. He loves to hunt, fish. I mean, what's better about living in Wisconsin than enjoying that? And it's a lot of things that I've missed out on with him. Um, since these offenses, I'd say in 2016, I joined a local fire department. Since I applied for this pardon, I've actually been elected chief of that fire department here since February or January 1st of this year. That's something I've been very proud to be a part of, and I'm just proud of it. Just said I could change what I did in the past, and I want my wife and son to be proud of me. And this is just something that, even though I've learned myself to move on from it, it's just a weight that's still on my shoulders that I just wish I could have off and feel better about myself. And it's kind of all I got right now.
Thanks, Mr. Lefink. Questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
I guess, why did Lincoln County have it in for you? I mean, the getting, what, 4 counts of felony bail jumping when you were like 17 and 18 years old? That's pretty serious. And
Yeah.
as you said, other kids were getting underage drinking. What was it about you that made Lincoln County so angry?
I don't know. Truth is I kept doing it though. It was my fault. I can't say that they had it out for me because I was the one that kept doing it.
Yeah, okay. But and all this happened in Lincoln County, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and now you're the volunteer fire chief in
The town of Pine River.
Pine River, right?
Yes.
In Lincoln County.
Yes.
And so you spent your whole life in Lincoln County?
Yes. Oh, when I was younger, I was back and forth between Texas and Wisconsin.
Yeah.
My parents were split up, so I spent summers in Texas and winters here up until about the time I'd say I was 15 or so. Then I moved to Lincoln County.
Yeah, and Lincoln County has obviously forgiven you. You had a great letter from one of the cops that was involved in arresting you in the day, back in the day.
Yeah.
And from lots of other people in Lincoln County. So you've obviously, from in the eyes of Lincoln County, turned your life around. So congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Just one for Mr. Milofing. You had a relatively recent OWI, and it was your first, so it wasn't a criminal matter. But can you tell us a little bit about how you've addressed that behavior and if you've made changes in your life since that?
Yeah, I was, my father-in-law had a brain aneurysm, and I was kind of just stressed out and made the choice that, well, let's go out and have a couple drinks. And I made the poor decision instead of taking a taxi to drive home. And I don't, with my new position especially, I don't drink anymore. You can't, when you're on call, anything can happen and you got to be ready for it. So all I can do is I would like to go out with my wife and but we can't, I got to watch what I do now. You're a public figure. I know people look up to you and you got to set an example.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Lopink. I appreciate your time this morning. Have an excellent afternoon.
You too.
Right. And I believe that we now have Mr. Bartolome in the Zoom with us. So we will go ahead and turn it over to him. Oh, you're muted, sir.
You okay? Good to go?
Yeah, do you want me to repeat the questions, or do you have those that were sent to you in advance?
I think I have them, but I was supposed to be at 11:30, so I guess it's a little earlier. So if you don't mind repeating them, I'm a little.
Yep, for sure. Let me just go over that housekeeping a little bit, and anyone who has joined us in the Zoom since will benefit from it too. So we're going to ask you to spend about the first 3 minutes of the 5 minutes you'll have with the board speaking to the questions that were sent to you in advance. Those include giving us a brief summary of your offense and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime, anything like that. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened. Second, to give us a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of that sentence, community involvement, employment, basically how your life is different now than it was at the time of your offense. And then finally, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you spend about 3 minutes on those questions, we'll open it up to any other questions the board might have from you. Don't read too much into it if we have questions or if we don't. Sometimes everything's just covered in your materials, and we have spent quite a lot of time with those. But with that, we'll just turn it over to you to tell us a little bit about those 3 points.
Okay, so I guess the first question you said was like around that time is the reason why I kind of was making them decisions, right? Basically, I was young. I think the first case, I was 17, 18 years old. So at that time, not knowing any better, I was going to an MPS school. My parents, well, my dad was kind of bad on drugs. So my mom couldn't really afford, to have the nicest things. So when I'm going to an MPS school, kids can be kind of harsh. So they'll talk about you if you don't have the nicest things. They'll talk about you if you don't have the newest things. So it started off as being young and just, smoking weed. My cases are just like weed cases. So it started off with like, smoking weed, and then, some of your friends will ask, hey, could you get something? And then it just turned into, kind of having weed on me all the time, and then it kind of graduated, kind of just went up from there as older I was getting. I think my second case was like another like a weed case. They were all like small amount of weed cases until I think I got to like maybe 21 or 22. And then I got a more bigger weed case. And then I finally went to prison. But one of the reasons that I felt like I just kept taking advantage of the system, because they would just hit me with a felony right away and not give me no time. So they'll just be like, all right, you're getting right out of jail, but a felony. But me being 17 or 18 is not realizing what is it doing to me, or what is it going to do to me in the future. Me thinking, oh, I got a slap on the wrist, I'm out of here. I'm thinking that I'm good to go. I'm untouchable. I'm this or that. But in reality, it was actually hurting my future. But me not knowing any better, I just thought, that was the way to go. And since then, though, those laws have been changed. I got caught, if it shows, maybe with like 13 to 14 grams, and then it was second subsequent offense was automatically a felony. Now, I think if you get caught with over so many grams, it's still a misdemeanor, a ticket. So, the laws has changed since back then, because they were giving kids like me a felony at 17, 18 and kind of ruin us just because you got caught with a little bit of, a weed at that time. So like right away, I just kind of like, I just felt like, whatever, they just slapping me on the wrist, And then when I finally went to prison, that's when I realized, this is not a joke anymore. This is not a game anymore, and that's when it kind of hit me. And that's when I started like, changing my life and realizing I need to change. I have a son. My son is 15 years old. He actually never even knows I went to prison or have a felony. It's something we don't even talk about, because it's something that really, it kind of like interrupted my life a little bit, but I was able to maneuver around it and able to get decent jobs, able to basically I started, saving money. I started buying property. I have a tow truck company now. So So like my son really don't even know I was ever in prison. It's something I really don't want to talk about. Maybe that he's getting a little older. Maybe I like to point out to things now to understand where I came from. But it's just something that I really try to like, kind of put behind me. It's something different, but I didn't realize that until I was like 23, because I think that's the only time I went to prison. And then after that, I think that was kind of it. It's like 3 or 4 like little cases that I kind of forgot about. It's been so long. So I think that was kind of it. I think the middle question was, what was the other question you guys were gonna ask me?
Tell us a little bit about how your life is different now than at the time of the offenses.
Well, now I'm actually I'm kind of like a real estate investor. I'm actually looking at a property in the city of Milwaukee to redevelop. So I'm doing stuff totally different. Actually, the same neighborhoods where I grew up at, smoking weed or hanging out with my friends doing this type of weed stuff is actually the neighborhoods I'm buying property in and transitioning these neighborhoods. So it's totally different from at that time to now, like I'm a little nervous right now because I just feel like it's a long time waiting. I'm excited and nervous at the same time because, I just feel like, man, I just have been waiting so long for this opportunity. I just didn't. So it's totally different than at that time,
Questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Barthelemy,
Yeah.
You stated that you had, the first case you got were for small amounts of weed. When you were 21,
yeah,
they searched your house and found 600 grams of marijuana. That's not a small amount.
No, so what it was I kind of gradually went up the ladder. So I kind of felt like when they were smacking me on the wrist and just letting me out, I felt like I was kind of untouchable. So at that time, I'm like, you know what? I can go back and doing what I want to do. So I kind of was gradually going up until I went to prison. That's the time they sent me to prison. And that's when I kind of realized, you know what? This is not a game anymore. Yeah. So like I said, I got caught smoking weed with small amounts before that, maybe 17, 18, and then 21 obviously was the bigger case that I had. Well, the biggest case that I ever had. And that's when I realized this is not a game anymore. This is not a joke. They're not playing around with me. I think they're giving me the benefit of the doubt because I was still a teenager, at 20, 19, 20, but 21 is when I got caught with them. And to be honest, they credited me. They only gave me not that long in prison. So, I'm thankful. They only gave me a year in prison, but that year turned me around to realize, hey, this is what I need.
Okay, let me ask you a couple of questions about that. When they searched your house when you were 21, they found 600 grams of marijuana.
Yes.
And $6,000 in cash.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Where did that come from?
It came from the weed, sir.
Okay.
I was selling weed at that time,
right.
Yeah.
Okay. And you told the police when they found the $6,000. The police detective could keep the $6,000 and put the criminal charge on the white guy. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, and what was that all about?
Not knowing, not thinking, being a 21-year-old kid, not knowing any better, to be honest with you, just trying to figure out another way how to get out of a situation and not taking accountability for my actions. Basically, just trying to maneuver something that was a dumb comment or something to say.
Well, you were offering the detective a bribe if he put the charge on somebody else.
Yeah, so when you're 21, you don't think, you don't know no better. You're, especially where the environment I was coming from. My dad, I came from a drug infested family. My dad was really bad on drugs. At 21, I'm not thinking, what am I saying? I'm just trying to get out of a situation the quickest way I feel like I know how at that time, at that age.
Okay, so after you're 21 and you caught this case and you tried to bribe the detective, you went to prison.
Yes.
And that changed your life.
Yeah, so I went to prison. I think, well, for that case, so obviously, going fighting that. So maybe 22 years old, I'm in prison. So me, I'm not the biggest guy. I'm kind of small. I'm kind of scrawny. So me going to prison with seeing these things that before, like I said, they were just slapping me on the wrist. Here, get out of jail. Get out of jail. Go ahead. Go ahead. So I'm thinking, all right. But when I finally went to prison and I seen, what's going on in here, the people that my roommate's was a convicted killer, and I'm like, man, this is not for me. This is not my life. I have my son out there. I just felt like it wasn't me. This is not the way that I wanted to go.
Okay. And so you get out of prison, and then now you're 25,
Mm-hmm.
and there's a traffic stop,
Mm-hmm.
and you've got marijuana.
Yes, but if you look at the amount of that, it was like the littlest amount that they found. Yes, correct.
Right. But you told the police officer that you would mow and mulch his lawn if the officer did not fuck you.
Yeah, so that was
What's
more like
that all about?
So that was more like a joke. So at that time, I started to do a landscaping business. So I started to do a landscaping business, and I'm like, man, come on, let me go, man. I'm on your grass. More like a come on, man. This is stupid. The amount of weed you catching here with me in here is gonna F me, like this is, if you look at my prior cases, this is not what's up. I'm trying to change my life. Come on, man, let me go. I'll cut your grass. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, but you pled guilty to attempting to bribe a police officer.
Well, that was the deal that they kind of made me. I'm young. I have public defenders. I couldn't afford a lawyer at that time. So it was like either you plead guilty to this. At that time, they didn't care about the marijuana because it was sold amount. They said, we'll throw the marijuana. We want you for this because the last couple years was, you said this before last time. And I'm like, if you look at it as this time, man, it was more like a come on, man, this is stupid. You see the amount here? Let this go. I cut your grass. I didn't even think that was technically a bribe, and I actually had a public defender with another attorney that we kind of sought out to try to figure that out. And they're like, no, man, they kind of want you on this bribery thing. They think that you're kind of trying to be this. And I'm like, man, this is so stupid. But I had to be a man. I had to take my punishment for that, and I had to plead guilty for that. That's what they wanted, and I took it up, and I stood up to that, and I just said, you know what, let's do what I got to do. And I think that's the last time I got in trouble.
Okay.
Yeah, trust me, it was a lot of stupid things at that time. It seems like when you're younger, you say certain things, you're not thinking correctly. And even at that time, not to justify the situation, 25 years old, I'm still an adult, but I just feel like at that time I just wasn't thinking correctly. I always been a smart kid, but I thought about going the easy way out.
Okay, look, I don't want to press this too much.
No, I just want to express myself.
You said that going to prison, you got smart after that.
Yeah.
And then you do this.
Well, I just felt like when I just said I'll cut your grass, it was more like a ha. It wasn't more like, I don't think he was really going to be like, get out of here, come cut my grass, to be honest with you. So I was like, come on, I was kind of just show him like, this is what I'm doing now. I'm starting my own business now. This is what I'm doing. Like, come on, man, this is kind of stupid for what are you taking me down for? If you look at, see the amount of marijuana I got, right. That was like so that was really it, But.
Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, I kind of, I don't know. The more you say, the more it doesn't sound good. Most people should just, be responsible and onto themselves what they did. And how when you were 21, did you have your son?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, so
you
born
when I was when he was 20, he was born when I was 20.
You called yourself a 21-year-old kid. I'm sorry, but we have 21-year-olds that go to war and get killed. So I think you were old enough to know what you were doing instead of blaming and not taking total responsibility for all this. It just don't sound good to me.
I understand, but I mean, I changed my way of life since then. So I get what you're saying. Like you said, 21 is an adult, and like you said, 21s are going to war. But where I come from and what I've been through, I just mentally I wasn't there yet. Like my dad died at 23. So, and came from a drug infested house where we struggled and we didn't have much. And my mom never got help from the state. She decided she wanted to work. So me just thinking I can do it on my own, that I didn't want to ask her for help. This is the way I went about it. It was definitely the wrong way. And I learned that now, so I get everything you're saying and I accept responsibility for it. And this is why I haven't gotten in any more trouble since then. But I understand where you're coming from. I trust me, I do.
Thank you.
Eric.
I'm sorry, Ms. We strongly suggest, it's not required, but strongly suggest that you provide us with letters of support. And you did not submit any letters. How come?
To be honest, I didn't even see that part. I've been waiting on this email for about 2.5 years, and I didn't see where it says bring letters of support. Otherwise, I have a bunch of letters from my realtor, from the people I work with, from offices, from teachers, from even my PO officers. To be honest, if I would have went back to them, they never had no issues with me.
Okay.
I'm not problematic. I just didn't see that in the email, to be honest.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bartolome. I appreciate your time with the board this morning and hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
All right. Thank you. You too. You as well.
Thank you. Next up, we have Vincent O'Neill. Mr. O'Neill, we'll turn it over to you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You ready to go?
Yes. Do you understand the 3 questions we're going to ask you to speak to, or do you need me to repeat those? Yeah.
Nope,
Okay.
absolutely. I got them.
Go right ahead.
Well, thank you. Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to be heard. My name is Vincent O'Neill. On March 23rd, 2017, I was sentenced to a Class I felony, possession with intent, THC equal to or less than 200 grams. I was sentenced to 10 months in jail. I was granted Hoover privileges and good time eligibility. During that sentence, that was in Calumet County. During that sentence, I worked 60 hours per week for a restaurant. I also did janitorial work for the facility. Towards the end of my sentence, I was granted GPS monitoring. I was released prior to the full 10 months because of the work I was providing the facility and for good behavior. I was released at the end of October or beginning of November with no issues while I was serving my sentence. Since I've completed my sentence, I've completely turned my life around. A few months after I completed my sentence, in January 2018, I moved to Henderson, Nevada with my parents. While in Henderson, I found the desire to get clean and sober. My clean date is still currently September 18th, 2019. Today marks 5 years, 4 months, and 27 days clean. I'm now currently living in Albany, New York, but I still go to 12-step meetings weekly. I hold different service positions and commitments with the 12-step fellowship I'm part of here. When I was living in Nevada, I went back to college. I obtained an associate's degree from the College of Southern Nevada and a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from Nevada State University. I was awarded a high honors award on my associate's degree, and for all semesters at both schools, I was on the president's list for my high GPA. During the time I was in Nevada and when I was going to school, I was employed full-time with different restaurants, working various positions from cook to server to busser. Also at school, I worked in peer-to-peer support roles as a writing specialist with the Writing Center at Nevada State University and as a note taker at the College of Southern Nevada for its Disability Resource Center. Since I've been released, I've volunteered with many different organizations, such as 3 Square, Friends of Red Rock, Meals on Wheels, Capital Roots, and In Our Own Voices. And it's been a couple of years since I submitted this application. I believe I submitted it in December of 2022. So I just wanted to update that since I submitted my application, I studied for and I took the LSAT and I was admitted to law school. And I am currently in my 2nd semester of my 2L year at Albany Law School in Albany, New York. I have been in the top 3rd percentile of my class for the past 2 semesters. Currently, I'm interning with the Albany County's Public Defender Office, and previous to that internship, I interned with the Corporation Counsel for the City of Schenectady. For these reasons, the reasons I've stated, all the work I've done Since my release, I believe I should receive a pardon. I've done a complete 180 from where I was prior to sentencing and even after sentencing. After completing my sentence, I've maintained my sobriety and I've committed myself to a completely new way of life. Although I'm currently attending law school and doing well, I did apply to 17 schools and was only admitted to 2, despite maintaining a 4.0 GPA on both my associate's and bachelor's degree and scoring a 155 on my LSAT. Also, graduating law school will help me get towards my dream, but I will still need to be admitted to practice to any state bar, and a pardon would significantly help me with the character and fitness portion and for future employment opportunities that require any special clearances. Also, outside of school, I still find difficulties with housing and other basic services that I need to support my life that require background checks. And I sought out law school because of my experiences that I've had and from my perspective. And it would be great to show whichever state I applied to practice in that the governor of Wisconsin has pardoned my felony and acknowledged all the work that I've been doing on myself these past 7 years.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. I just want to touch on the last bit briefly. Have you had any conversations with the bar, either in New York or any other state that you might plan to apply in, about whether or not you would be eligible for admission absent a pardon?
Yeah, I haven't talked directly to anyone at New York, but I've been in contact with my deans at my school. It doesn't seem to be a huge problem. I've been open and honest since the get-go. And that's why I believe, only certain schools accepted me because of my, I have a lengthy criminal record of drug use, that's plagued me since I've been 13 years old. And I think all the work I've done shows the New York State Bar Association that I've changed and I've committed myself to a new way. So specifically to the charges that I've been charged with, they don't seem to be a huge problem. I'm gonna be faced with questioning, but I have the full support of my school and everyone else that I've come across with to help me get through it.
And did your experience with the criminal justice system, is that part of what motivated you to go to law school, or is that going to impact kind of what future line of practice you might take? Could you just say a little bit more about that?
Yeah, it absolutely has. Coming to when I was 27 and getting clean, I realized that I wanted to help people, and my perspective on what I've been through is really beneficial. I don't think many times a lot of people like me get to see the other side of the bench in the way that I have been experiencing now. I came to school with an idea of what I wanted to do, but in these 3 some semesters, I've drastically changed what I would like to do. And even just being at the public defender's office for the past month or so, I started in January. I've actually really been liking it. Criminal law I didn't know if I really wanted to practice criminal law, because honestly, it's a bit traumatizing because of being in courts since I was 15 or 16 years old. But it has been really good to connect with my supervisors, connect with other attorneys, and connect with clients just on this different level of that change is possible if the person wants it, and that we should support them. So next week I get to start interning with our drug court, with one of our alternative courts. So I'm excited to see the process of that, because I don't know if Calumet County didn't have a drug court at the time, but I was never offered anything like that. So I see the benefits of it.
Thank you. Other questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. O'Neill, you have great letters from your undergraduate schools in Nevada and from your work history in Nevada. I wonder, though, if you can talk a little bit about how your father getting sober affected your sobriety.
Yeah. and that's kind of like the big shift in my life was around 14, 15, 16. My dad was coming to grips with his problems, and I was just starting to get elevated in mine. And I'm grateful that when I decided that I needed to change, that I admitted that I had a problem and that I needed to do something about it. I'm grateful that my dad had always been there to kind of give me guidance and support of what to do. It's just been very impactful that he's been helpful. But yeah, I mean, I had been to intensive outpatients before. I've been in jail, but the thing that I found that worked is the 12 steps, is the 12-step fellowship. And I think once I took it upon myself to change my life, that's been the big key. But family, friends, school, work. When I told everyone that I had a problem, was trying to fix it, I've been met with immense support, and I found that in every area of my life. When I have a problem and I need help and I ask others, I'm usually getting on the better side of it. So, and that's another reason I guess I'm coming here is asking for help with this, because while I used to have a victim mentality of my felony status, I have since shifted to more of an advocate, and acknowledge that it doesn't need to completely hinder what I do with my life.
Thank you.
Anything else from Mr. O'Neill? All right. Thank you very much for your time this morning, Mr. O'Neill. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. You all as well.
Thank you. Next up, we have Mr. Thomas Buntrock. I believe I saw it in the Zoom.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hello, I am Thomas Buntrock. Thank you for taking the time to hear me this morning. I was convicted of possessing a narcotic drug in my early 20s. My sentence had its ups and downs, but the end result was what the justice system strives for, and that is reform. Subsequent to my initial letter to the board, my partner and I have bought a house together and are expecting our first child. In December of 2024, I had my 10-year anniversary with Fromm Family Foods, my employer. I'm extremely grateful to have this opportunity. I have been a productive member of my family and community following the release of my supervision. I thank you again for your time today, and I am truly grateful. Was not prepared for, I guess, a full 3 minutes.
We won't make you go on. We can turn to questions if you're ready for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, great. Questions from the board for Mr. Buntrock? Reverend Hancock.
We got a very positive letter in support of your application from Judge Malloy in Ozaukee County. Did you see that letter?
I did, yes, sir.
Yeah, and he talks about how he understood your conviction to be related to the arrival of opiates in Ozaukee County, and acknowledges how much you've changed since that time. And how did that make you feel?
It made me feel really good. I know that I am doing the right things in my life right now. So to hear it from a judge was reaffirming to me. My family tells me often that they're proud of me for staying sober and doing the right things, but to hear it from somebody outside the family and the justice system felt good.
Good. Thank you.
Mr. Buntrock, your application states that you've been sober since 2010. You've had a job at Fromm Family Pet Foods since 2014. Are you still there?
Yeah. Yep.
Same job, okay.
10-year anniversary in December of 24. Still there, still managing their treat packing facility.
Excellent, thank you. Any other questions from the board? All right, thank you very much for your time, Mr. Bontrock. I think that covers everything we had for you, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your morning.
You as well, thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is Robert Finley. Mr. Finley. Okay, we didn't receive an RSVP from Mr. Finley, so I will let him interrupt me if he is here in the Zoom. Otherwise, we will move on to our next applicant, Ms. Miller.
I'm here.
Oh, there you are.
I'm here. I'm just trying to figure out how to get how do I start the video? Oh. Okay, here we go.
Excellent.
Hi.
Good morning.
Okay, so I am Takesha Miller. At the time of my crime, I was Takesha Champion. That was August 2014, I believe. I was charged with possession with intent, party to a crime. Sentencing went, of course, with it being my first time, it went horrible in my eyes, but ultimately, it went great compared to what it could have been. I was sentenced to 5 years total, pretty much 1 year in, 4 with probation. I ended up doing about 5.5, 6 months total. That's with good time, as well as I worked as a trustee in the Brown County system. So my time was significantly dropped with that. Since then, I have done a little bit of everything. I've gotten married. I've become a mom. I've moved out of the state of Wisconsin. I currently live here in Mobile, Alabama. I've done a couple of community events in the Brown County area. I do still have a mentor, Chris, that is the owner of Stars Barber and Beauty there in Green Bay, Wisconsin. I've hosted multiple community events that I believe I did include in my application process. The reason I am looking for a pardon at the moment, of course, is because of the obvious job reasons, housing. But recently, the most important thing to me is my son's schooling. Here in the state of Alabama, if you have any prior charges, you are not allowed to participate in any of the school's activities. So that has been my biggest challenge lately, that I wasn't aware, that I wasn't aware of course, at the time of my my felony. So I do, how do I say? I do have plenty remorse for what I did. Of course, it was 10, 11 years ago. I was 23 at the time. Here, I'll be 34 next month. And I do want to see a betterment for my life, for my son, for my husband. I do feel like a lot of opportunities have passed me by because of my felony. But it hasn't stopped me again from doing what I know I should do, rather it's being a mother, a good employee. I currently work here at the Goodwill down in the Greater Gulf Coast. Like I said, I've done multiple community events. I still assist with the We All Rise there in Green Bay, Wisconsin, as far as their events for their African American community. So I appreciate the opportunity, and I do want to see myself do better if given the opportunity to do so.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Let's open up to any other questions from the board. Reverend Hancock.
It was mentioned you co-founded a community group focused on law enforcement dialogues. What was that about?
So I work with my mentor. Since I've moved, it's been more of a Zoom type of thing, but we were basically trying to get the community to utilize the police instead of being afraid to utilize the police in our area. During that time in Green Bay, Wisconsin, there was a lot of Black Lives Matter movement. There was a little discrepancy of what the community wanted and what the police force wanted. So I did create a second chance event, basically to get people more in tune with the officers in the area, get the officers in tune with their community, so it can be a connected workforce versus a heated argument all the time about what's wanted and what's needed from the community and with the people who are so to protect our community.
And do you have any guns in your house in Alabama?
No.
And there's a note about a 2021 event, incident, I assume in Brown County, that you were stopped and there was a gun found in the car.
So that wasn't, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but that wasn't Brown County. That was Oconto County. That was during the holiday season. I was stopped, and there was a there was a gun in the truck that I was driving, but it wasn't mine. It was my brother's. I did get that case dismissed due to the evidence at hand that it wasn't my gun.
But did they find marijuana in your purse?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Miller? All right, I think that covers it then. Thank you very much for your time this morning, Ms. Miller, and hope you have a lovely rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Marcus Lucas Irby. I'm sorry, Marius. Mr. Lucas Irby, are you in the Zoom with us? Okay, I don't see him, so we can come back to him if he is able to join us. And in the meantime, we will move on to Ms. Trammell, who I know I saw.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We'll turn over to you if you're ready.
I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous, so if I'm speaking a little bit quickly, just bear with me. Well, my name is Alexis Trammell. I was convicted of aiding a felon and maintaining a drug trafficking place in October of 2013. I was sentenced to, I believe, 3 years. I had a stage sentence of maybe 60 days, and I completed 3 years of probation successfully. Since then, I've located a passion for working in social services. So for the last 7 years or so, I've been working in the field with different client groups, such as the homeless. Right now, I'm working with the substance use disorder demographic. I've also worked with pregnant moms. I've really just grown a passion for being in the field of social services since this conviction. I'm mostly just working off of experience at this time. I think this case really molded me overall. I mean, it put me in a position where I had to stop going to school. I was going to school for physical therapy at the time that I got my case. And because of the drug aspect of it, I no longer could petition for my program. So I had to work in factories for a while until I kind of found my my niche, I would say. And I got into social services. working with pregnant moms to start, which I mean, I have 4 children myself, so it was kind of like something that I had a passion for. I got into that, and then I worked with the homeless for a while. I worked with Impact 211, just assisting people with locating housing services and locating shelter services and other resources around the city of Milwaukee. And more recently, I've been working with WCS, working with individuals with substance use disorders. And I mean, the whole, overall of my current job is just to kind of assist people with reaching stability, reaching whatever their recovery goals look like. Overall, what was the next question? Let me see. Sorry. And then why would I like to be granted? I'm sorry. I had some other things I want to touch on. I also successfully expunged my own criminal court record in the year of 2019. I'm very proud of that. I like to think that I'm a very resourceful person. So I was kind of hitting a couple of barriers because of that being on there. So I was able to petition the court and get that conviction expunged. And then I learned about the pardon. And so I decided to pursue that. I have been working on this since maybe 2020. I've hit a couple bumps in the roads, but this is like a major goal of mine. Once I was able to kind of learn a little bit of how things go with expunging and the pardon process, I have also assisted people in the community with those resources as well. I really have a passion for it, just because from experience, I do understand how having a criminal background, a simple mistake could really be a barrier to a lot of different things that you may have grown from that, and now you're looking to do different things, and it's a barrier. Which leads me into why I would like to be granted a pardon. It's, basically because there's several things opportunities that I've came across that I may have wanted to do and I just couldn't because of my background. I also, like right now, I'm wanting to work on housing for individuals with substance use because there's a lot of homelessness in that population. And my background is going to come up, and I kind of just want to, I no longer want it to define me. It's not who I am. I've grown from it, and I no longer want it to define me, and I no longer want it to keep me from obtaining some of my goals that I've been working on.
Thank you, Ms. Trammell. We'll open up to questions from the board. I have one for you to get us started. Your charges arise from you were a convicted party to a crime, but from basically being a getaway driver for your boyfriend at the time while he was doing some robberies. It looks like you've had nothing in your record since. Are you still with that partner?
No. I realized that relationship, it wasn't good for me. It was his idea, and I was 19 at the time. I thought I was in love. He was, and we were acting out of desperation. I had lost my job, and I was really carrying us at that point in time. And when I lost my job, he came up with this incredibly stupid idea, and I went along with it, and it really cost myself and him a lot. But yeah, I'm no longer I do have to co-parent with him, but I know I'm no longer with him. He just was not any good for me.
Okay, thank you. Other questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
As part of this, these armed robberies, they came and searched your house, right?
Correct.
And they went into the bedroom and they found some marijuana and a gun, and your infant daughter was in there too, right?
I'm not 100% about the gun. I don't recall. It may have been a gun in the household though, because there was a gun being involved in those robberies. I don't recall 100% that situation. But yes, that all of those items were found in the household when they came and arrested the both of us.
Including your daughter.
Yes, my daughter was also in the household. Yes.
And so how is she doing?
She's doing wonderfully. She's a 6th grader. She's a B average student. She's active in programs. She's doing well. Her father did continue on with a criminal past, but I've been a lot of her stability over the last 12 years.
Okay, and her father is James McMillan, the guy who is actually doing the robberies.
Correct.
Okay, and there's a letter of support from Felicia McMillan. Is she in relation to James McMillan?
No, actually, it's kind of crazy. The spelling of their last names is incorrect. It's similar, but it's not the same. They're not related. She's actually my aunt, but I've also worked with her professionally. She was my supervisor at Life Touches Home Healthcare, where I worked with. I was kind of doing like office assistant and case management work for individuals who needed home healthcare services, so like physical disabilities, sometimes mental disabilities. So she was my supervisor there, but she's actually my aunt. She's no relation to him.
Okay, well, it's a very positive letter, so
Yes.
I just wondered what the relationship was. So thank you.
No problem.
Any other questions for Mr. Mel? All right, I think that covers everything then. Thank you very much for your time this morning. Hope you have a lovely rest of your Friday.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And then I do believe we have Mr. Lucas Irby in the Zoom now. So Mr. Lucas Irby, we'll turn it over to you.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Great.
Hi, my name is Marius G. Lucas Irby. I have a 2012 possession with intent case that I'm trying to get a pardon for. I work for the city of Milwaukee. Next month it'll be 6 years. I did get a CDL license. I have a business that I'm trying to open up as well, a trucking business. Sorry, I didn't send any letters. I didn't see that part. So, I didn't send any letters because I didn't see it. I heard you guys talking about it, but I didn't know about it, so I didn't send. Sorry about that. About my case, let me see. Oh no, it's one of those things. One of those things. I don't know. You guys have any questions?
Sure, we can turn that. You just brought up your case, the cocaine. I believe there's a pistol involved as well during a traffic stop. Could you just tell us a little bit more about what happened there?
So I had ended up using someone's car to go and do something, and the police pulled in front of me before I got out of the car. And they like, you know why I pulled you over? And I'm like, how you pull me over? It was just a back and forth thing, and they snatched me out of the car, searched it, found some drugs, and I was the only person in the car. So they were my drugs. I'm like, okay. I went to court. I ended up losing that trial, and I went to jail for it.
Okay, and you did have a valid concealed carry permit for the
Yeah.
firearm? Yes,
Yep.
okay. Other questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Just to be clear, are you saying that the pistol was yours, but the drugs were not yours?
Yes. I was the only one in the car. They said that I got out of the car and they seen the drugs in plain view. And it was a show. I'm trying to figure out why the officers on my case ended up getting fired. It should be open public record, but I can't find anything. So I left it be.
Well, are you saying that the officers planted the drugs in the car?
I don't know if they planted them, but I never seen any drugs.
Where did you get the car?
From supposed to be friend of mine. He just let me use it to make a run real quick, and they pulled in front of me, and they was like, "Get out of the car," and I'm like, "Get out of the car for what? Like, I haven't done anything." And they was talking back and forth. They pulled their guns out, snatched me out of the car, searched it, and found the drugs. But I never seen any drugs.
Okay, thanks.
No problem.
Other questions from the board? Just one from me, Mr. Lucas Irby. I saw that in 2006, it looks like there was a domestic abuse TRO issued against you for 2 years. Can you tell us a little bit about what happened there and if you still have a relationship with that person?
Who?
The 2006 domestic abuse, it looks like someone got a restraining order against you.
Who got a restraining order?
I don't have that information in front of me. It just says it was issued against you.
I don't know about that.
It looks like there was a 2-year injunction with a firearm restriction. That doesn't ring any bells?
No, not off top, it doesn't.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, thank you very much, Mr. Lucas Irby. I appreciate your time with the board this morning and hope you have a great rest of your Friday.
All right, you as well. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, and Mr. Lucas Irby was our last applicant of the morning session. So at this point, I will entertain a motion to move the board into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 19.85 sub 1 sub A, D, and F for purposes of deliberations concerning cases before the board, considering specific applications and considering financial, medical, social, or personal histories of specific persons. Do I have a motion? Myrna, do I have a second? Jerry, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed. All right, motion carries, and we will go ahead and move into closed session. Board members, I'll ask you to give me just a moment to make sure we get folks to the waiting room and get our live stream turned off. Live stream going, and we will get started in just a few. Good afternoon, everyone. If you're just joining us from the waiting room, we're going to wait till everyone's in and our live stream is going. And it looks like we are live. Okay, so we will go ahead and get started. Welcome to the afternoon session of the February meeting of the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board. My name is Mel Barnes. I'm Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Evers and the Chair of the Pardon Advisory Board. With us today are fellow board members Myrna Warrington, who is the Director of Vocational Rehabilitation on the Menominee Indian Reservation. She is a U.S. Army vet and has been a member of the Menominee Tribal Legislature for 15 years. We also have board member Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the Director of the Prison Ministry Project. He previously served as a public defender, a deputy district attorney, and as administrator for the Department of Justice's Division of Law Enforcement Services. We are very eager to hear from all of you this afternoon, applicants. I'm just going to run through a couple of housekeeping items so you know how today's hearing will go, and then we will dive right in. So first, as a reminder, the hearing is being live streamed today via YouTube and Wisconsin Eye. So we'll ask you to mute yourselves and turn your camera off until it's your turn to be heard by the board so that we can focus on the person who is speaking. If you do run into any IT issues with the Zoom, don't worry. Someone from the team will reach out to you, will help you troubleshoot. And if we need to come back to you because your Zoom isn't working when it's your turn, we can do that, no problem. Otherwise, we will call on people in the order listed in the agenda and open meetings notice. And each person will have about 5 minutes with the board. We'll ask you to spend the first 3 of those minutes responding to the questions that we sent you in advance of today's hearing. So as a reminder, those are 1, to please provide us with a brief summary of your offense and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement. We want to hear from you what happened in your own words. 2nd, a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, community involvement, employment, basically where you're at now and how that's different from the time of your offense. And finally, 3rd, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you've covered those 3 questions, we'll use the remaining 2 minutes to field any other questions that the board might have for you. Please don't read too much into it either way. If we do or don't have questions for you, we've spent quite a bit of time with your application material, so sometimes everything we need to know is already covered. But if there are questions, I want to make sure we get to them so that the board can make a thoughtful recommendation to the governor about your application. Once you've finished answering any extra questions that we may have for you, you're welcome to sign off the Zoom. You do not need to hang out all day. Once everyone has been heard, the board will meet in closed session to decide whether or not to recommend your application to the governor. You need a majority support of board members present in order for your application to move on to the governor, and he will make the final decision either way to reject or accept your application for a pardon. You'll find out about the outcome of today's hearing in about a month to a month and a half from today. I know you've all been very patient just to get to today, so thank you for just bearing with us a little bit longer so that we can make a thorough recommendation to the governor and hear back from him. We will begin by starting just in the order listed in the agenda that was posted as part of the open meetings notice. So our first applicant this afternoon is Troy Sabina. Mr. Sabina, if you are with us, we will turn it over to you. Mr. Sabina, are you with us in the Zoom? Okay, we will come back to Mr. Sabina if he is able to join us. And in the meantime, we will move on to Tony Hobson. Mr. Hobson. Mr. Hobson, is that you?
No, this is Troy Sabina here.
Oh, perfect. Mr. Sabina, excellent. We can hear you. We can't see you. Are you able to turn on your camera?
I just turned it on.
There we are.
Thank you. Sorry about the technical difficulties.
No concerns. We'll turn it over to you.
All right. My name is Troy Sabina. I'm the brief summary of my offense. I was charged and convicted of delivery of LSD to a minor in 1996. The sentence, regretfully, I can't say went all that well. I was very active in addiction back then. So that probation was revoked. Then we found out that there was a deferred acceptance of a guilty plea. So then I was actually charged with the felony delivery charge. During that time, sentence still was not going well. I was a very young alcoholic, in and out of jail for probation holds. I did a couple stints of outpatient treatment. Then I realized I had a problem, and I checked myself into an inpatient rehab facility for 90 days. That's when my sentence started to go good. After I took it seriously and cleaned up my act, then I was discharged off of probation in 2004. So what I've done since the completion of my sentence is I've maintained almost 21 years of sobriety. I've gotten my education. I've held steady employment. I am employed with a plastics company in Chippewa Falls, supporting my United Steelworkers Union. excuse me. I'm still active in the recovery community as of today, and I will be for the rest of my life. That it saved me. Driver's license, I've never had that when I was younger. So after sobering up and completing my sentence, I've maintained legal driving privileges. I continue to share my story with others in the recovery community, in hopes that it helps them as it did me back in when I was younger. So that's pretty much all I've done, you know, community involvement, the things that I've gained, I guess. I have my home, my wife, and my beautiful family, and that's something that I would have never gotten without sobriety. As far as why I think I should receive a pardon, that I battled with for a little while, up until a few years ago. A lot of guilt and shame with my crime. And it actually took some counselor convincing. My counselor, Chuck, I still talk with him. And, you know, I haven't talked to the victims. I haven't seen the victims since I committed the crime, but I hear about them, and they're still in active use, some of them being incarcerated. And I always thought, well, what if? You know, what if I never sold them that LSD when I was 18 years old? Maybe they would be sober today. And I talked to my counselor, Chuck, about it. And I didn't think I deserved a pardon. I didn't, you know, I was just a criminal. You know, it was my fault that they were the way they were today. And he told me that that's not the case. Like, you know, I can't control what they're doing today. And part of my recovery is forgiveness, and that I needed to forgive myself. So I did. And I forgave myself, and he was 100% right. I can't control their actions. I haven't seen them for 20 some years. So that's why I put in for the pardon application a couple years ago, because I've forgiven myself, and now I'm asking for the state's forgiveness as well.
Thank you, Mr. Sabina. Questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Sabina, you said in your application that the 15-year-old showed up at your house wanting the LSD.
Yes.
And you assumed he just wanted it for himself.
Correct.
And you left and got the LSD from your dealer. Yep. And when you came back, there were other kids in the house.
Yes.
Didn't you realize that it was not just for his own use at that point?
At that point, yes, I did.
And you still sold it to him anyway?
Yes.
Okay. You've been, I think, if my math is right, you've been sober for more than 20 years now. Is that right?
I graduated treatment April 7th, 2004. So April 7th of this year, it will be 21 years that I've been sober, I believe.
Right. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
I appreciated what you said about recognizing how this, how your offense has rippled out in the lives of those kids.
Yes.
Your wife, in her letter, said this was a nonviolent offense. Do you agree with that?
I don't remember my wife filling out a letter of recommendation, but No, I don't agree with that. It was a violent offense because the drug that I sold was very illicit and people did not know what was going on, and someone could have been severely hurt or even killed.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Sabina? No, all right.
I do.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I guess I'd like to know how you've redeemed yourself for drugging up all those kids, and what is their life like now, and what do you do for your community for prevention?
I am active in the AA community. I continue to go to AA meetings. I do speaker meetings. I tell my story and my experiences. And if that helps one person stay sober for 24 hours or helps them with their recovery, if they stay recovered or not and don't relapse, I try to teach people from my drug use and what it's done to me. There's nothing good that's going to come about it. And I sponsor and I try to help them work through their issues and try to stay sober. That's what I do for the community.
So isn't AA adults? How do you
Yes,
get with the kids?
there's really no kids that I've talked to. I haven't worked with any juvenile drug addicts.
Have you asked anybody or worked with any of the programs in your community as far as those that work with prevention?
No, I haven't.
I think that's a shame. I mean, you don't know what the effect is that you had on all those kids and how that rippled out as well. And you know what kind of life they have now. So I just think it's behoove you to do something for the youth in your community.
I agree.
Other questions for Mr. Sabina? No. All right, Mr. Sabina, congratulations on your over 20 years of sobriety. That is truly a long time. And thank you for your time with the board today.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Mr. Hobson, Tony Hobson. Mr. Hobson, are you with us in the Zoom? We've got a couple of phone call-ins, so I'm not sure who is who. Okay, we will come back to Mr. Hobson if he joins us later. Next up is William Morrissey. Mr. Morrissey, are you with us in the Zoom? I know we did not receive an RSVP from Mr. Morrissey. Okay, we will move on to Cristobal Castellano. Are you with us in the Zoom? Mr. Castellano. Okay. In that case, Derek Wilder. Mr. Wilder.
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent. Mr. Wilder, we will turn it over to you.
Okay, well, let me see if I can collect myself here. I believe the offense was 95, 96, 29, 30 years ago. I'm not sure. But one thing about that memory in this case, in this offense, right before this, I had a long talk with my pop. Promised him that I would, not do anything to end up in jail and whatnot ever again. And I had an off day from work, and I was going to play some video games with a couple of my friends, and the detective happened to just, I guess, I don't know what was on their mind. they turned around and I couldn't run. Like God told me, hey, you know, go through it. And, you know, I got arrested for that. I believe it was possession of a firearm by felon. I did the time. The time was pretty much a hard lesson for me because I lost Pop while serving time. And so I aimed real hard. I set it a high standard goal to keep my word, working diligently to that goal of not being incarcerated or committing any stupid crimes or being involved in anything unnecessary. Be a family man and offer the skills that he taught me coming up. Had some schooling to gain more knowledge of my craft so I can provide. Worked hard raising my daughters, helped my sister battle cancer. As of today, I help with my mom, mentor kids when I see that they're going down the wrong path in the neighborhood, whether it's playing ball with them or football. And I'm old, so I do my best, but give them a wrench because I am an auto technician. Give them a wrench and tell them, hey, you know, this is a way that you can stay out of trouble. You can always earn a living. Started a business. I don't believe so much as I've even had a traffic citation. I can't remember. I got my driver's license and made sure that I kept them up to par. Pretty much it's just I worked hard to change the outcome and be a productive individual and a stand-up grandpa. As far as why I believe I should get this pardon, so I didn't know anything about this. I thought this would never be a thing for me. But I believe I paid my dues to society. I'm still paying dues to society because when I can help, I do. I focus in on my business, focus in on my family, and I don't hang out. I'm not into any kind of criminal activity. And if I can find resources to make my life better, then I'm aiming for that. And that's what I want to do for the rest of my life.
Thank you, Mr. Wilder. Appreciate that and the letters of support that added some color as well. Any other questions from the board for Mr. Wilder? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Wilder, the letters and background we got talk about what a great mechanic you are. And you said you like to teach kids how to be a mechanic. And I thought I heard you say you give them a wrench so they can know that this is a skill they can have for the rest of their lives. Do you literally give them a wrench?
Yes, as a business owner, there, some kids look up to dope dealers. So, yeah, I give them a wrench. If they can handle an impact, they want to take a tire off, or they ask questions about where the oil come out. Yeah, I do my best to educate them as long as they're listening.
Thanks. And the DA's office in Milwaukee County reviewed your application for a pardon, and they support it. Now, the governor will make the final decision, but how does that support make you feel?
Honestly, I'd have lost so many loved ones and throughout this journey, and I'm looking back at some of the things that I've done that I'm still alive. I instilled those situations in my nephews and nieces, like, hey, life is short. It's easy to get in trouble. So I never thought something like this can happen to me. So I don't really have the right word. I can just use the lamest word possible, is elated. But I feel more than that. And I'm thankful.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilder. I don't think we have any other questions for you, so I hope that you enjoy the rest of your afternoon, and thanks for your time today.
Likewise.
And I believe we have Mr. Castellano on the phone now. Mr. Castellano, if you're with us, we're ready to hear from you. Hello, Mr. Castellano, how are you?
Pretty good.
Excellent. I ran through a little bit of housekeeping at the beginning of the meeting, but the short version is we'd like you to spend about 3 minutes addressing the questions that we sent you in advance. And then after that, we're going to see if the board has any other questions for you. Do you want me to repeat the questions?
Yeah, let me park real quick because I'm driving my work truck.
Oh,
Okay,
good.
Let's go over, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm parked.
Okay, great. So we'll spend about 5 minutes with you. We'd like to hear from you first in about 3 minutes, telling us a brief summary of your offense and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened.
In like 20-something years.
Yeah, yep, no, understand. And then if you can talk a little bit about what has happened since, how your life is different now, kind of where you're at with employment, community involvement, things like that. And then finally, if you can wrap up by telling us why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. And then we'll just see if there are other questions for you.
Okay. So do you want me to start now?
You can go right ahead. Yep.
No, I was young and stupid. I was 18 when I did the crime. Having a stolen car in the garage. I was about 18 years old. I'm 42, gonna be 42 now. So it's been like 20-something years, and I've been doing, my kids stay with me, and I'm a single father, and I'm just trying to do better, trying to, get my life on track. It's been on track for a long time already. So I've been working, staying out of trouble, and just working.
And you work for QPS as a machine operator, is that right?
No, I work through Cunis, the dealership. I'm one of the parts delivery drivers.
Got it. And how long have you done that?
For about 1.5 years.
Okay.
I'm trying to give me a second job for maintenance, like a part-time job, to keep me out of trouble.
Got it. And can you tell us a little bit about why you're seeking a pardon and why the governor should grant you one?
I hate having a felony because of my jobs. Sometimes I apply and then since I got a felony, I got to write it down. A lot of jobs, they deny because of my felony. That's really the reason I want to get it off my record.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's open it up and see if other board members have questions for you. Does anyone have questions for Mr. Castellano? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Castellano, it's not required, but we recommend people submit letters of support. And you did not submit any letters. Why not?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure, sir.
Okay, all right. And listen, I'm really glad you parked your truck. We have a lot of people who appear in their truck or their cars and stuff, but I was really worried that you were going to keep driving. So thanks for that. Thanks for that.
I have a question. Mr. Castellano?
Yeah.
When you committed your felony, were you under the influence?
Oh, no, I was not.
You were sober?
Yeah.
Okay. What about now? Have you, are you sober all the time or what?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because of my job, they do random drug tests because I'm one of the drivers.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Mr. Castellano, I saw you had a a traffic ticket issue recently? I'm assuming because of your job, you've cleared that up. But is your registration and your insurance current for your personal vehicle?
Yes, it is. I just bought a 2024 Malibu, so I had to get insurance and all that, you know. So yeah.
Okay, great. Any other questions for Mr. Castellano? Nope. All right. Thank you very much for your time today, sir. Appreciate you appearing with the board and everything that you sent in previously. So hope you enjoy the rest of your afternoon and drive safe.
All right, thank you. You too.
Thank you.
Bye.
What's up, Josel?
All right. Next up, we have Rodante Ashford. Mr. Ashford, are you with us in the Zoom?
Yes, I'm here.
There you are. Perfect. We'll
You
turn
guys
it
hear
over.
me clearly?
You got 2 earrings on the table.
Oh, sorry. Hey, Myrna, you're unmuted. All right, go ahead, sir.
I just want to first and foremost make sure you guys can hear me clearly.
Perfect.
Okay. And first of all, I want to just thank the Pardon Advisory Board. Thank you guys for taking time out of your day and your schedule to hear from all of us. But right now, for me on this behalf, my name is Rodante Ashford. We're here today because in 1999, I was charged with a Class E felony of failure to support. In the state of Wisconsin, when you go 120 days consecutively without a hearing to a court order support order, that is a Class E felony. And I was shameably guilty of that charge. In June of 2000, I pled guilty to the crime in which I was charged, and I was sentenced to 4 years of probation. I completed all 4 years of probation without any incidents or reprimand. At the time of my conviction, I was 25 years old. Today, I'm 50 years old. I was 25 years old, and I was a high school dropout. And like I said, I was very shameably guilty of that particular crime. 2 years into my probation, I decided to make a drastic life change at the age of 27. I first and foremost gave my life to Christ, and I moved to Memphis, Tennessee with my mother. My probation officer granted me an interstate supervision, and I relocated to Memphis, Tennessee. While I was in Memphis, I went back to school. I got my GED. I enrolled in college. I graduated with a 4-year degree in biblical studies and psychology. Also, at the end of my probation in 2004, I married my wife, Dr. Erica Ashford, to whom I'm married now for 20 years. And more importantly, more than anything, during that time, I was able to cultivate a very meaningful relationship with my child, which is the most important thing. While in Memphis, I served as a liaison between a 6,000 member church and Memphis City Schools, 4 Memphis City Schools, the Adopt a School program. I also became a youth pastor, of which actively had 400 kids involved in my youth ministry. I've received countless certificates and awards for my community involvement and keeping kids out of gangs. But more importantly, as I stated, the most important thing that I've done since that time is to be a husband, a father, and a grandfather. I'm a grandfather of 2 now. My wife and I, in 2016, returned to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and we opened a church here, starting with 35 members. It has now grown. It's 8 years old. It's now grown to over 1,100 members. We run a non-for-profit food pantry, Infinite Acts of Kindness. We've partnered with Feeding America. We currently, to date, service and feed and provide housing needs for 1,258 families in the greater Milwaukee area. I'm actively, currently right now, involved in every aspect of community, peer mediation, counseling, clothing families, feeding families, youth support, earn to learn work programs. We've hired hundreds of young people over the summer. We've also been able to get 250 individuals straight to hire jobs with FedEx. I actively preach and teach every week to many others about redemption, second chances, applying yourself, doing better, bouncing back from our failures and our worst mistakes. And today, I'm here before you all asking for redemption for my own past failures and shortcomings. I believe that if I am granted a pardon, I'll be able to show to others in my community, by my personal example, that there is a way forward from even our worst mistakes. And more recently, February 4th, I was invited by the House representatives to open the Black History Program at the state capitol in prayer. And I was recently re-invited to come and open the chamber in prayer on the 19th of next week. And so I just want to be an upstanding citizen. I just want to put the past behind me and move forward and show others that there is a way forward.
Thank you, Mr. Ashford. Questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Reverend Ashford, can you tell me a little bit about your work as a youth pastor in Memphis? Because you were there for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And what called you back to Milwaukee?
Thank you for asking that, Reverend. I while in Memphis, to be honest with you, I had no intention initially of coming back to Milwaukee because I gave my life to Christ on the highway on my way to Milwaukee. And so Memphis was a new start, a brand new, fresh start for me. And I served as a youth pastor for a very long time. It was September 30th of 2016 that the Lord pressed upon my heart to come back to Milwaukee, the place in which I was involved in, street life and different things like that, and save lost souls and be involved in the forward movement of the community here. And with the support of my wife and my pastor, my wife and I returned back here, relocating here to involve ourselves in the work of helping the city move forward.
Did your church in Memphis help you start this church in Milwaukee?
Yes, they commissioned us what's called we are a non-denominational church, but they commissioned us to come back to Milwaukee to plant, and so this is a brand new church plant that started in 2016.
Good. And do you maintain a connection with the church in Memphis, or are you pretty much on your own at this point?
Yes, we maintain a connection. I still have the exact same pastor that I've had since 2002 when I gave my life to Christ. Dr. Bill Atkins is still my pastor to this date. And so we maintain a connection. However, like I stated, we are a non-denominational church, so it's not like a denomination, so to speak.
Right. No, I understand that. And listen, good luck with the prayer to open the session. I've done that myself, and it's a challenge. It really is a challenge. So good luck.
Other questions? Mr. Ashford, just one for me. You mentioned that you were able to develop a meaningful relationship with a child. This is the child that you owed support on previously that the felony arose from?
Yes, my son, who's now 29 years old, graduated from college, married to his beautiful wife, Diamond. And we have a beautiful granddaughter by the name of Brooklyn.
Can you put them on for me? Excellent. Thank you. That's lovely to hear. Appreciate your time with the board, Mr. Ashford, and hope that you enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I believe we have Mr. Hobson in the Zoom now. So Mr. Hobson, we are ready to turn it over to you.
I was asked you to start your video, okay?
There we are.
You asked for me?
Yeah, we can see you. We can hear you. All good.
What's the name you wanted? I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. I apologize.
Oh, no, yeah, you, Mr. Hobson. Yes?
Oh, thank you so much. All right. My name is Tony Hobson. I have a 2015 conviction that I was wasn't charged until 2016 because my case became somewhat political. I used to do a lot of volunteer work in the community, and I accept full responsibility for what I did. I was trying to do the right thing by getting old medication out of the house. Some of the medication that I was caught with was disintegrating into the bottles, as some of it dated back to 2000, 2005. They were my mother's medications, as well as one of my, I was a guardian ad litem, or guardian. I was a guardian for a friend that had a traumatic brain injury. The gentleman that was found left for dead in Red Arrow Park, Stephen, I took care of him. From the time he was okay to come from Frederick Hospital until the day he died. And having this felony has stopped me from providing the cares that I need to help the community. I didn't get paid from the state of Wisconsin once they switched the laws stating that felons can no longer provide caregiving services. I actually had to take care of Stephen out of my own pocket for free. And when you have a passion for people and you do what you do, it doesn't make a difference about the money. So I did it until the day he died. I also lost income for taking care of my mother. Stephen died in 2022. My mother died in 2023. And when those changes took effect, it also affected my job. I had to step down from position and only be a PCW, and I almost lost that. In fact, it's hard for me I can't even be a PCW with the felony. How about that? So I went to Mississippi, tried to do some real estate stuff. I got carjacked, robbed, beaten, and left for dead. So I'm suffering from some brain injuries. I have memory loss. Short-term memory loss is what they call it, but I can be out somewhere and forget where the hell I am. Excuse my French. So that's that. I've done a lot of community things as far as volunteering for the churches, different churches, Baptist churches, Kojic churches, non-denominational churches, as well as the Finley Foundation as well. I try to help wherever I can be of assistance. I don't know. I guess that's all I got to say. I'm sorry.
That's all right. We can open it up for questions from the board. Board members, any questions for Mr. Hobson? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Hobson, let me see if I have got the facts of your case more or less right. You were stopped by the police, and they found a garbage bag with about 90 prescription drug pills, and they were all like hydrocodone, oxycodone, drugs that had a real street value to them.
Mm-hmm.
And they found a gun in your car. And you had a history with guns. You had prior gun things related to firing your gun in your backyard and stuff like that. And your explanation is these were drugs you were trying to do a good thing by getting rid of.
So Stephen used to use drugs, and Stephen had found out where my mother was putting her old medication because she wasn't taking the stuff. And like I said, it dated back to 2000. They were not just narcotic prescriptions. There was also blood pressure medication, diabetes medication, lupus medication. It was a garbage bag full of pills. And those 90 pills that they tried to charge me with were nowhere near enough to fill up a garbage bag. And the gun that they found was not my gun. It was not my possession. That's why I was not charged with it. It was my foster son's gun, who I had picked up, who they were watching. I was on my way down to downtown somewhere with Tom Barrett to dispose of those medications, and I was supposed to have been on Fox 6 that day as well. And I didn't make it because I got pulled over with those pills. I tried to explain to the police officers, as well as I tried to give them a phone number to call, as well as I told them, well, hey, if you just take me down here, someone to verify that I'm supposed to be doing this and I'm supposed to be here at a designated time. And the officer, he just wasn't going, and he said, well, you admitted to the pills, they're yours. I said, yes, I'm admitting they're in my possession, but I'm not trying to sell these things. I even went and opened up some bottles for him. I said, look, these things are disintegrating. He said, well, they're still in your possession. We have to charge you. And out of those 90 pills that out of the 89 pills that they did not charge me with, I provided prescriptions, where my mother had went to Walgreens and got them filled. So I had to go to Walgreens and get about 90 to 120 pages of pill information for every pill that they tried to charge me with.
And you said this case became political.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that?
Well, the judge actually recused herself from I went through 2 judges, and I believe I went through 2 or 3 DAs. And that's because different people were going to the DA's office saying that this guy is not that type of person. I'm not a drug dealer. Nothing in my history, nothing in my criminal record states that I'm a drug dealer. Yes, I do have Espadu, I think they called it at that time. And I accepted full responsibility for that. I didn't run, I didn't hide. And the neighbor that I actually fired the warning shot off for, the neighbor's grandson was on the run from California somewhere for murdering someone. So by me firing off my gun actually helped them catch a criminal that they were looking for. I mean, not to say that it was right for what I did, but this guy was freaking out and he broke my fence and he started beating my dog with the stick and the nail. And so I'm looking out the window, my dog's barking, and I see blood, and I see this man beating the hell out of my dog. I'm like, hey, what the hell are you doing? He told me, take your old ass back in the house or I'll fuck you up. And he showed me a gun. You know what I'm saying? So I go outside to get my dog, and my dog wouldn't come. And so I had to go over there to get my dog. He said, nah, take your ass in the house. So, yes, sir. I honestly, and I admittedly did fire off a warning shot. Yes, sir.
And you pled guilty. Did you ultimately plead guilty to possession?
The possession of what? The gun or the pills?
The pills.
I don't recall if I pleaded guilty or not. I think I pleaded guilty. Yes, I did. I believe I pleaded guilty. And that's how I only wound up with probation, no jail time.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Other questions for Mr. Hobson? Mr. Hobson, I think you touched on this at the beginning, but the reason you're seeking a pardon is related to your employment. Is that right? Is it a licensure that you need back?
Yes, ma'am. Because I don't want to become homeless, and I don't want to have to ask people to borrow money. I want to be an independent constituent. I used to work for State Farm Insurance. I used to work for Ameritech. I'm telling my age now. I've had some great jobs, and I have an agent that's willing to give me a job, but I'm too ashamed to tell her that I have a felony because I know that State Farm would not hire me with a felony on my record.
Okay.
And since my mom has died, I still have a passion for people, but I need to take some time off for myself to deal with the mental anguish of losing my mother, losing my father. My daughter's mother died. My friend died. It's like had a series of like 6-7 people died back to back. So healthcare, I'm trying to step back from just a little bit to balance my mental out, if that makes sense.
Understood. Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Hobson?
I know Mr. Hancock has one more question for me.
No, I'm good.
He's used up his time. All right. Thank you, Mr. Hobson. I appreciate your time with the board today and hope that you enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
You as well.
Thank you. All right. We are going to move to Mr. Andrew Vanderloop next. Mr. Vanderloop, are you in the Zoom with us? Mr. Vanderloop.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm figuring this out.
That's okay. Take your time.
I'm having problems getting my video going.
Okay, we should be able to send you a little prompt to turn it on. Let's see if that helps.
How is that being sent?
It should.
I'm on an iPad.
Yeah, it should just pop up on your screen.
Oh, okay. I'm trying. I got the host asked if you want to start your video. Yes, I put okay. And then it says allow Zoom Workplace to access your camera device. Settings, privacy, camera. Settings, privacy. Sorry, this is a delaying.
Nope, that's okay. We understand we have all had our share of tech issues today. And if you can't get it going, we can do audio only, but we'd love to be able to see you.
Oh, and I'd like that too. I've actually got so privacy. Where's privacy? Oh, there it is. Privacy and security. Camera. Zoom.
Oh, did we just lose Mr. Vanderloop altogether? Okay, we'll see if we can get him some tech support offline here. And come back to him as soon as he's ready. In the meantime, let's go ahead and hear from Joaquin Sanchez. Mr. Sanchez, are you with us in the Zoom? Okay. How about Danny Fastrel?
I am here and trying to start my video.
Excellent.
How's that? Can you hear and see me?
Looks good. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to start off by saying thank you for this opportunity. And I wrote it all down so I don't leave anything out because this has been almost 30 years ago. So here we go. At 16 years old, I signed up to join the Marines. I started dating a girl that was on supervision in high school. She was always fighting with her mom, so I asked her to move in with me at my parents' house, but she said she needed permission from her mom. After she argued with her mom for a bit, her mom said, fine, just go. And later that day, her mom called her in as a runaway, and we thought she was going to go to jail because she had a social worker. She said, let's just take off. And her being my first love, and I didn't want her to go to jail, I said, let's do it. We didn't have any money, so she suggested I take some of my parents' blank checks. She'll write them out and I'll cash them. I think there was 3 checks in total for $200 or $250 apiece. We got the money and just started heading south, not knowing where we would end up. We made it to Texas and I got pulled over for speeding, and the cops found a $20 bag of weed in the car and took us to jail. They extradited her back to Wisconsin as she was only 16 years old and I was 17, and they put me in adult jail. I was in jail for 2 weeks and was let out. My grandma sent me some money to get back to Wisconsin. When I got back, I turned myself in, sat a couple days in jail in Wisconsin, and when I got out, my dad said I was no longer welcome to live in his house. So I got a job at PDQ Car Wash and lived in my car for a month until my dad decided to help me and a friend get an apartment. All we had in our apartment was a couch, a TV, and a lamp. We had some friends over, and one of them suggested we break into some storage sheds and see what we can find to furnish the place. I owned and drove the car that we used for breaking into the storage units. I didn't go into the units myself, but I was party to the crime. My mom spent the night at our apartment that night and had no idea what we were doing. She went to sleep on the couch, and when she woke up, the place was fully furnished with chairs, lamps, stereo, end tables, and a new TV. She asked me where all this stuff came from, and I just said a friend owed me some money, and this was payment. She left and went straight to the police station to tell them she thinks I did something illegal. The cops came that night, took 2 of us to jail, and confiscated everything we had taken. I received 3 years on probation and half of the restitution, which was $2,500 for my half. I was on probation for 3 years and paid back my portion of the restitution. When it was time for me to be released from probation at the end of 3 years, I was told by my probation officer that the other person involved in the burglary has not paid any restitution and has been in and out of jail ever since. So they extended my probation another 3 years or until I pay back his portion of the restitution. I paid off all the restitution that was owed and ended up being on probation for almost 6 years. Ever since I got out of jail, after the storage units, I never hung out with those friends again. I take full responsibility for my actions and don't have anyone else to blame but myself. I believe when you are young, the biggest influence on you is your friends. Every time I got in trouble, it was always from something one of my friends suggested that I just went along with. Since then, I no longer hang around those types of people and haven't gotten in any trouble. After I'd gotten these felonies, it completely ruined my chances of joining the military. And that's something I've always wanted to do ever since I saw Rambo when I was 12 years old. You know, I always thought that would just be great if I could join the military. But since then, I became a father and I attended many schools and have multiple certifications and awards. I was a single parent from the time my daughter was 5 until she graduated, and she joined the National Guard as an MP. I have been a mentor/trainer in many of my previous jobs in automotive, construction, and the cell tower industry. I recently started my own business 2 years ago, rebuilding Teslas. I occasionally do charity work for elderly and low-income people that need car repairs and can't afford it. I was very poor when I was young, and I know what it's like to struggle. There has been a few times my record has prevented me from being able to work in Canada, as my job in the cellular industry required a lot of travel. And my employer just wasn't willing to take the risk on me getting a waiver and then being denied at the border. So I was left behind, and sometimes I would be laid off for a few weeks or a few months until the guys came back. And anyway, I built a good portion of Verizon's 5G network for Madison. I currently take groups of 4 or 5 boys backpacking in the woods for a week, about twice a year. I like to tell them my story about who you hang around with has a big impact on your life. And if you pick the wrong friends, they will get you in trouble. I like taking kids into the woods, and I would like to be a scout leader, but I don't think I can do so with my felonies on my record. I applied for a pardon about 20 years ago, and I was denied because not enough time had passed since I was convicted. At that time, I was seeking a pardon to be able to join the military, and I was going to school to be an aviation maintenance technician, and I was worried my felonies would make it hard for me to find a job in the aviation industry. Today, I'm seeking a pardon to remove any international travel limitations and to make my daughter proud by following through with a lifelong goal of getting a pardon for crimes I did when I was 17 years old. I feel that I've done my time, paid my restitution, and I've done a lot of community service at fairs, concession stands, Goodwill, and my past does not reflect who I am today. And that's what I have.
Thank you, Mr. Pastrell. Questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Hassel, the judge and the DA in in Winnebago County support your application for a pardon. Now, the governor will make the final decision, but how does their support make you feel?
It makes me feel good that someone is noticing that I've been on the right track, And, you know,
Right.
it does make me feel good to have support from the justice system.
And there was also a letter that you probably saw from your mother, who was the one that turned you in for the stolen property, right?
I believe that was probably from my first pardon. My mother is no longer with us now.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
Yeah, that was probably from the first time around.
Oh, okay. Good. All right. I'm sorry.
I don't know. I don't know if you have my first pardon packet there or just the second one.
No, I'm very sorry. It's signed by your ex-stepmother,
Oh, I don't know what she says. I didn't.
Bonita.
Yep, that's my dad's wife.
Yeah. So she's married to your dad, who you sold the checks from.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, she's
They
very.
were her checks that I took.
Yeah. So she's very supportive of your application.
Oh, well, good.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Mr. Festrel. Appreciate your time with us this afternoon, and the materials that you submitted. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. Mr. Vanderloop, I see we have your camera working. That's very exciting.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah,
We'll turn it over to you.
thanks again, and I'm really excited that Governor Evers has the pardon board taking applications and doing this. So thank you. I was committed of I convicted of conspiracy to commit a crime in 1987. I'm 61 right now. I think I was 21 years old when I did the crime. Since then, actually, I was released early from supervision. My parole officer just didn't, he told me it was kind of a waste of his time because I had gotten married in 1989 and I got my bachelor's degree that same year. And I was married for 25 years to my wife. She passed away 12 years ago. We have 4 great young boys and very proud of that. They've all become very successful, and I think part of a statement on someone's life is on how they live their life is what they leave behind. And I'm very proud of them. Finished raising the 2 myself. And let's see, I was volunteer fire department. We did foster care. And I was with the Lions Club for a while. I got my CDL. I'm going through different things that are on my list. I always help coach. I was always either basketball, baseball, whatever coach, and I was involved with the leadership of the sports organization in Pulaski. Volunteered at the Catholic schools that my kids went to. Did playground supervision, things like that. And the pardon thing came up then. I actually applied for a pardon way back in 1995, I believe it was, or possibly earlier, but I don't know if you have Judge Wedland's letter there in support, but
we do.
That was okay, great. Let's see, I'm involved in local government. I'm on the town planning commission. I do commercial real estate for my living. I was an engineer. I graduated from Stout with an engineering degree. So that got me into commercial real estate. Now I put up my own buildings and I've got over 45 tenants. I've got one nonprofit that's in there. I give them a break on their rent because they make beds for kids. They're called Sleep in Heavenly Peace. It's a nonprofit. Great people. I guess I'm pretty nervous. I'm sorry. I'm shaking. Let's see. I have a huge garden and I got about 40 fruit trees. I give all the fruit away to different people. Three reasons. Like I said, it's always been a question in my work life. I worked for some big organizations, Wapaka Foundry and Bell & Health. I was a facilities director, but it was always on the list whenever I would apply, and it was a topic of discussion. Fortunately, some people gave me a chance. I'd like to run for town supervisor or chairman even. I've been asked. And then again, that label statement from Judge Wendland just tells people that to beware, and I don't think anybody has anything to be afraid of. I don't know if you guys have any questions. Be happy to answer.
Sounds good. Does anyone have questions for Mr. Vanderloop? Reverend Hancock.
Just to be clear, Mr. Vanderloop, almost 40 years ago, when you were a student at Stout,
correct,
you were convicted of selling stolen property.
Buying stolen property.
Buying stolen property. Okay, buying stolen property.
Yes, sir.
And you were going to resell it, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And in the 40 years since, you've not been in any trouble.
Nothing.
Okay. And are you the constable for the town of Holland?
I was until I realized that I couldn't be, because that's an elected position. It's a small township, and I did it as a favor for the town chairman asked me if I would do it, and I said because they needed somebody on the list for the state, and I said sure, I'll do it. So basically I got it, and then I realized that in order to be, it's an elected position, so I resigned.
Okay. And Andrew Mackey, the DA in Dunn County.
Yes.
I think he has supported your pardon application every time since 1993.
Fantastic.
And he still supports your pardon application.
Well, I appreciate that.
How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel great. Because I don't know, and I haven't got any. I mean, you send these letters in, and sometimes you don't know, and it makes me feel good that, especially for the DAA.
Yeah.
Because I know their role, and I mean, you deal with a lot of bad stuff, and it's good to see that the system works and that people can be reformed.
Yeah. And your last pardon application was in 2003.
Okay.
And that was denied. And oftentimes in those days, applications would be denied because it had not been a long enough time.
Correct.
Since the offense.
Right.
So now it's been 22 years since you were last denied a pardon. And have you stayed out of trouble since then?
Oh yeah. No,
okay.
I got pulled over for my license registration was expired, and I actually had a conversation with the officer because I said, I can't be. I said, I don't do that.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Fortunately, she was graceful enough to let me renew it right on the spot. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderloop. I appreciate your time with the board today. I hope you enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you, guys. Have a good weekend.
You too. All right, do we have Mr. Sanchez in the Zoom with us? Do not see him. Okay, so we will move on to our last applicant of the day, unless Mr. Sanchez or Mr. Morrissey are able to join us, which is Zeke Zerner.
Can you hear me?
We can. And I'm sorry, is it Zener?
Zayner.
Zaner. Okay, thank you,
Yep.
Mr. Zaner. We'll turn it over to you.
Okay. So I live in a small town, which is Tomahawk in the northern Wisconsin area. I got in trouble for intent to sell. Pretty much learned my lessons in that. Didn't plan on selling it. It was personal. Being at the wrong place at the wrong time. I was out there working. I do Christmas boughs, and that's where I was out there cutting boughs, and that's where they had a raid. That saying they were investigating that property, and the police told me that they know that I wasn't part of it because they were the time they didn't see me out there or on cameras or while they were doing their investigation. So with that being said, I had to do a little bit of jail time and probation, and I got in trouble on October 25th in 2013, and I had everything all done and everything. I was supposed to get expungement, and then something happened where I got expunged, and then I applied for a concealed carry license. They did allow that, and they gave it to me. And then, like 2 years later, I went to go and just try to get a gun just for trapping. I'm big into hunting, fishing, and trapping. And they declined me, and they didn't give me a reason. Couple days after that, I ended up getting a letter in the mail saying that I had so many business days to return my concealed carry. So we did that, and then we found out that I didn't get my full expungement. And something changed, and we didn't know if we wouldn't have known until that day if I didn't try. So what I've been doing since is I started my own business, and I've been helping a lot of elderly people that just need work done around the house. I'm an outside type of guy, love to do the outside work. Sorry, nervous.
Okay, take your time.
So then I was young, I made mistakes, I've learned from it. It's nothing I would want anybody go through. And when they did end up taking my truck, impounded that, and they wanted me to talk with them, and I gave them what I knew, but I didn't know much about what was going on there. So I've always been helpful with them, trying to figure this out, and I just want to pretty much get it over with and start a new patch is pretty much what I've been saying. I do have a godfather. Well, I'm a godfather to my nephew, and he wants to go hunting, but there's only limited hunting I can do with being a felon. And so even like with me doing the bows, I would make some wreaths and go and give them to a couple elderly people just to help spread the joy. I'm always willing to help people out. And just small town, small people. Everybody knows everybody, and that was my first time that I got in trouble. So they said I was I could get the suspungement as long as I stayed clean and out of trouble. I'm asking this pardon because I completely served my sentence and received my expungement, but like I said, they took it back. I just feel like I should be able to get it. And and then I appreciate the time and the opportunity to have you guys listen to me.
Thank you, Mr. Zahner. Let's just see if there are any questions from the board. Does anyone have questions? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Zahner, let me see if I sort of understand your situation here. You were offered expungement for the charge of possession of THC, and you completed all the requirements to get that expunged, and it was in fact expunged.
Yes.
And then you went to get a concealed carry permit, and that was approved. And you went to buy a gun, and that's when the sort of problem started, because of not because of anything you had done, but because of a Wisconsin Supreme Court case that said expungement did not take away the firearms, the no firearms provision. And so you completed all the requirements for expungement, but because the Supreme Court said the firearms restriction still applied, the only way you can legally have a gun is if you get a pardon.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, that's good. And the DA in Lincoln County wrote a letter supporting your application. How does that make you feel?
Makes me feel really good. Like I said, I'm honest with them, and that's how you gotta be. Everybody makes mistakes. You just gotta be honest and tell the truth.
Well, and the DA makes a pretty good point in his letter, saying that, look, the Supreme Court decision is the Supreme Court decision, and there's nothing you or he can do about that. But he points out that on the merits, just in what you've done since the conviction, the fact that you earned the expungement and everything else, that on the merits, he supports your application for a pardon. Is that about right?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Zahner? Okay, thank you for your time today, Mr. Zahner. Appreciate you going through all of that with us and all of your application materials. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your Friday.
Thank you. You also.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye.
All right, and I believe we've sorted out our Zoom issues with Mr. Sanchez. Mr. Sanchez, I know I saw your camera on a moment ago. If you are ready to turn it back on, we can hear from you. Mr. Sanchez, if you can hear me, we are ready to hear from you. All right, we can see you. Looks like you just need to unmute. There we go.
Dice reactivar el video y reactivar el de eso.
Can you hear us, Mr. Sanchez?
Yes, hold on 1 second, please. Están hablando aquí. Oye, párate aquí. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
How you doing?
Great. You all set, Mr. Sanchez? If so, we're ready to hear from you.
Yeah, I'm set, though.
Would you like me to repeat the questions that we sent you, or are you ready to go with those?
What question you sent me?
So we'd like to have you spend about 3 minutes walking us through a brief summary of the offense that you're seeking a pardon for, how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime, so we just want to hear from you in your own words. Then tell us a little bit. Tell us a little bit about how you're like.
I'm gonna put my interpreter on it, okay?
Oh, I'm sorry. All right.
Yeah. Hello?
Hello. Are you interpreting for Mr. Sanchez?
Sure.
Yes?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
So we sent him 3 questions in advance that we'd like him to speak to. Do you have those?
Yeah. We have the pardon advisory board letter here. Is it in this paperwork here?
Yes. So starting with a brief summary of his offense, does it list 3 things like that?
Oh, hold on 1 second. I just have one that says, it just, hold on. I have this one here.
Yeah, it should be towards the end of the letter, page 2 or the back.
This one.
Yeah, that's the agenda for today.
Okay. And then I have that one there.
Yes.
Is this the one?
That's the letter, yes. So I think it was the first one that you held up.
Okay. Where it says the technology preparation or something like that?
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Or are you talking about the very first page that I held up?
Yeah, it should be the back of the first page.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay,
So the first question.
You talking about these 3 questions down here?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
So if you want to just translate those for him, it's probably easier than me saying those, but we'll just we'll give him about 3 minutes to speak to those 3 things, and then we'll see if we have other questions for him.
Okay, estas 3 preguntas, ella quiere saber de estas 3 preguntas, entonces ella dice, ¿cuál fue tu ofensa? ¿Cuál fue tu ofensa? ¿Y cómo fue la sentencia? De la droga, de esa que dice. Sí. Fui preso por droga, porque me cogieron preso y... Okay, so the first one, the first one, he said he was caught with some drugs? No, they went to my house. Oh, they went to his house, he says. Somebody was doing and they left the thing and they hired. So they belonged to where I was. So I don't know what drug and they came to my house. Okay, he said that they came to his house and they went up to the attic and they found some drugs upstairs. And the attic part of the apartment belonged to him. But la droga que no sabe que estaban allá arriba. He stated that he did not know that the drugs were upstairs. as far as that goes, then they came down to my house, to the second floor. Háblale a ella, dile. They came to my house on the second floor, and then they came to look at my cabinet, como se llama, cabinet. The cabinet. Cabinet, yeah. And they find out like the A-ball. And then they charged me for that. And they got the other thing in there because they found it in the attic. And they said the attic belonged to the second floor. And this no belong to the second floor, it belonged to everybody in the building. There was like duplex, yeah, it was in the second floor. So they came straight to there because somebody was living this and there because they came in and they found a lot of stuff. You know, they said how they got me. They came in, they said, you know, and they told me they got the A-ball. And the police said, I got the A-ball, now I gotta put you before the jail forever.
So
I don't know, whatever, you gotta come and get me out one day because that thing is not mine.
So you're saying the 8-ball was your drugs, but the drugs in the attic were not?
I guess they know it was a weekday. Yeah, so they give me the 2 years. So he was sentenced to 2 years behind that. Yeah. Is what he's saying. Can I continue to the second question?
Yep.
Okay. Entonces, the other one is the delivery. ¿Qué se ha hecho desde que desde que usted completó la sentencia? ¿Qué usted ha hecho en la comunidad y qué usted ha hecho para trabajar? Working around. He said since the completion of his sentence, ¿se quedó fuera de problema? Oh, yeah. Okay, so he says that since the completion of his sentence, he has stayed out of trouble, and he's had some. Well, I know one to jail for 30 years. Oh. I don't know, they look on their record and I know. No, ella quiere saber qué has hecho desde que completaste la sentencia. Well, a good thing. Pues eso le tienes que explicar a ella. I've been working good thing, doing good for the community. I've been working with a lot of people around, but that's not what good, you know. I think people who can do that. They don't know what they're doing. Yeah, so I know some other things to do. You know, do you understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Yeah, understand.
Okay. Entonces, going interpret that me también. Entonces ella dice, ¿por qué tú, y al último dice, ¿por qué darle una razón a ellos? ¿Por qué tú crees que tiene que recibir un perdón? Oh, explícale por qué está pidiendo el perdón. I'm asking for a pardon, but it's like I can't in my throat and my wrong. And I need help for that. Mira, yo me recomiendo que haga por mí. Medicare. Y todo muy bien, we staying home and doing things.
Mr. Sanchez, sir, you're getting a little quiet. We were able to hear you and understand your throat. But can you just speak up a little bit more now?
I can say more. I'm gonna get the big deal what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just getting a little harder to hear you.
porque no lo quiero tumbar. Bueno, es del programa que te hiciste del programa que te hiciste en el Boys and Girls Club, hablando con los nenes de quedándose fuera de problemas. Oh, yeah, it was on me. And then 24th and Rogers. Right, yeah. Yeah, I went over there and tried to get it on there. Boys and Girls Club.
We're losing your audio, Mr. Sanchez. I'm sorry, could you get closer to the computer?
Yeah, I went to the Boys and Girls Club. Oh yeah. Okay, he wanted me to tell you about that he went to the he has been going to the Boys and Girls Club here in Milwaukee, on the south side of Milwaukee, here speaking to the kids about staying away from trouble and what it could lead to if they take that route, and what his experience and stuff in jail, and like letting them know how bad it's gonna be for them if they choose that route and stuff like that. So whenever he's feeling up to it, because he does have throat cancer and stuff, so whenever he feels up to it and stuff like that, and he's feeling good enough, he also he goes down there and volunteers and speaks to the kids at the Boys and Girls Club here. And that's some of the good things that he's been doing. Also, he's been staying out of trouble since he's been released and stuff, and doing little odds and ends jobs and stuff like that whenever he gets it. I'm his neighbor. And I've been his neighbor for over 5 years, and I can say he's a great person. Since I met him, he's a great person. Anytime I need advice, and stuff like that, I always come to him because he's an elder, and and I respect him a lot. So,
Yeah,
that I can say, that I can say about him. He's always here to help everybody out, whenever they need a hand and stuff around here. So like he's very helpful, So yeah.
I think, can we just see if we have any questions from the board? Because I think we've got most of the information we needed, I think, in his application here and what he shared today. But Myrna, Reverend Hancock, do you have questions? No, I have just one. It looks like there were a couple of domestic abuse restraining orders in his past. Could you tell us a little bit about that? What's happening there?
Ella dice que en el pasado han habido what did you say it was? The domestic abuse?
Yeah, like a restraining order.
Oh yeah, una restricción. There was in the past at one time, and it used to one. Yeah, I had a lady that was my companion. She used to beat me a lot. Oh, he's talking about he had a restraining order, and he had a restraining order against the lady that he was with because she was very abusive towards him.
And she got a restraining order against him.
No, he got usted le puso una restricción a ella. Oh, she put it, yes, I'm sorry. She put a restraining order on him, yes.
And is he still with that lady?
¿Todavía está con esa mujer? No. No, he said he hasn't been with her for many years.
Okay. There's one that looks like it is recent that was denied. Can he tell us anything about that?
Ella dice que hay una que recientemente que la negaron. Okay. Una restricción de eso. Oh no, there's the one that no, 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 it's nothing what happened. They put that thing in there. The police even came to the house and give me the paper because they know it was a lying thing.
Okay, and that's why it wasn't granted.
One woman do things that they want to do it later. They don't want to keep on going with the restraining order.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's happened with that one. We was arguing and for many, and then she went for a restraining order because her sister don't like me, and then there's a way she get for a restraining order. They see the police came out here and one day, and then I never see it. They see the neighbor told me, they said, well, knocking my door, and then this, and then the lady went to there, and then they came back, and they dropped that thing.
Okay, yeah, I see it was dismissed.
So they did a restraining order, they still random money.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. I don't think we have any more questions for you. So appreciate your time with the board today. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Okay. One question real quick. Are you guys gonna be sending him a letter, advising him if he?
Yeah, we'll let him know. We'll send a letter in about a month, maybe a month and a half, about the outcome and the final decision. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you so very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your help interpreting. Appreciate it.
Thank you. No problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Okay, William Morrissey, we're gonna do a last call for Mr. Morrissey. Not seeing him. Okay, so at this time, I will entertain a motion from a member of the board to move into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 19.85 sub 1 sub A sub D and F for purposes of deliberations concerning specific cases before the board, considering specific applications and considering financial, medical, social, and personal histories of specific persons. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Jerry, do you have a second? Myrna, all in favor? Aye. Aye, all opposed. Aye. All right, the motion carries and we will go into closed session. Board members, I'll ask for just a moment to get folks back to the waiting room and turn off our live stream.